Welcome to BTM Reviews, where we talk about the news. Got the scoop you need to hear. Stay a while, join the cheer. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't be late. Join the fun, it's here today. Pour the bourbon, let it flow. Talking drinks you need to know. Whiskey's aged and barrels old. Stories told in glasses full. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't be late. Join the fun, it's here today. Boys and gadgets, playtime fun. From old school to brand new ones. Action figures, cars that zoom. Fill your heart and light the room. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't be late. Join the fun, it's here today. Movies, flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Movies, flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz, come take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today.
Hey everybody, this is Dave with BTM Reviews. How's everybody doing this Tuesday night? I hope you're doing good. I'm doing good. Had a good day, not a great day, but a good day. And now we're here. We're going to talk about, I guess, shit's going crazy. Must be election season out there because a lot of stuff's happening. I think there's a lot of upset bankers out there, Jim, wouldn't you say?
Them bankers.
They're upset.
They're upset. Somebody tried to rob their bank.
Around the world, they're upset. They're losing money everywhere right now, aren't they?
Yeah.
So
And they're not going to take this one, how they say, lying down.
I didn't see anything new on Katie's channel to go over. I don't really care about the quartering. Do you? Like,
No, I don't care about the quarter.
I don't care about that fat fuck. How you doing, Julio?
Doing well, Dave, Jim. Thank you. Thanks for
You
having
think
me
the
on.
bankers are panicking right now?
Yeah. I think they're sitting Shiva at the moment.
All over the world, right?
All over the world. Worldwide Shiva.
The Shiva's for real right now.
It's like Jim turned his camera off.
I didn't want people to see me looking at the other screen.
That's okay.
I'm watching the debate right now.
Oh, that's right. I didn't even know that was going on until my son called
Yeah,
me.
most of America didn't realize it was going on.
It's like a short bus fight. Yeah.
What, the Iran thing?
No, it's just Waltz and JD Vance.
Oh yeah, that's Jim told me there's a fucking debate. I go, who? Like,
Yeah.
two very unlikable people.
Right.
I mean,
Oh
who the
God,
fuck
the
cares?
worst.
Yeah, I'm not a JD Vance guy, but I'm
I-
sure not a Waltz guy.
JD Vance almost makes me not want to vote for Trump.
No. Eyeliner. Wearing motherfucker. And you get Waltz prancing down the
Dude,
zesty candidates.
That's permanent eye block or sunblock when he played football. Come on, be nice, Julio.
Oh,
You could never get it off.
You're right.
It's hitting and F Iran too for sure. Now, did their Iron Curtain help them, Jim? I don't know. I don't know anything about the attack.
You mean our Iron
Dome?
Curtain?
Well, the Iron Dome will stop. It's not designed to stop really ballistic missiles. That's the Arrow 2 system. And for some reason, the Biden administration did not. All those missiles come from the U.S. So they have to get approval to buy them. And they wouldn't let them buy more. So I don't think they had enough to.
They wouldn't let
down.
Israel buy more?
What's that?
They wouldn't let Israel buy more?
Yeah, no, they were because of everyone's because of God, they're like, no, we're gonna stop and slow them down, and we're not gonna give you this, and and we're sending that stuff to Ukraine instead. And
Can we just not send it to either one?
yeah, I mean, our Navy tried to help and shoot some stuff down, but go figure, our Navy couldn't hit the fucking broadside of a barn.
I feel like I've gone back in time to when we were kids, Dave. Remember, like the chat said F Iran. I remember bumper stickers on cars
Well,
back
I'll
in
tell
the 80s.
you what,
Iran would
that
make the most-
fucking peanut cocksucker Jimmy Carter, we wouldn't have half these problems if he would have fucking done his job and fucking protected our ally, the Shah.
That's true.
That's true.
Because that was our guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you know what?
We let him be.
Should
too,
have done
didn't we?
whatever the fuck. You know what? Yeah. Never mind. Don't get me started.
Don't get me
He's still
started.
alive, right? Isn't he like 100 years old?
His family's still alive. But anyway, yeah. Fuck him. Fuck him in the ear.
In the ear?
In
Jesus.
the ear.
Fuck.
Damn,
He
Jim.
was too much of a fucking pussy when they took our fucking people hostage, and that should have been the end. It should have been all over. Lights out.
Yeah.
It's on like Donkey Kong.
Yeah. I don't know what his deal was in either. Like, what
He
the
was
hell?
a pussy.
All I remember is Iran fucking with us when he was president, and lines for blocks to
and
get
telling
gas.
him to turn your. You want to help? Turn your thermostat down.
I remember they had, I don't know if you remember Dave and Jim.
Gas
said
lines. Yeah.
It was, if you had if your last number on your plate was odd, you can get gas on certain days. It was insane.
Mm-hmm. We actually lived in California at that point too. So
His brother Billy would have made a better president. At least he had a
I
gun.
would have made a better president. Jesus
Awesome.
Christ, dude. Holy shit. What do we got in the chat? We got Crazies, Cap, we got Strange Signal, Captain Bipto, Too White. How's everybody doing? How you doing, Sweet Tooth? Jose M, good to see you. Build the Waltz. What's up, Jimmy the Lumberjack? How are you, sir? Man, I just Tony Toy fanboy. Yeah,
Yep.
I don't like any of this shit that's going on because I think that they think we should care. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do you think the people in Israel were mourning the fucking cities or towns in North Carolina that aren't there anymore today? That just
Fuck
got,
no.
I mean, do you think they give a fuck? Are they
No,
going to send us any money? Oh, our own president won't send North Carolina money, but that's a different thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're not giving them aid. What's up with that, Jim?
It's almost like they had in-group preference. I mean, I'm just saying.
Did it hit the wrong part of the state? Was that where all the white privileged people live or something? I mean,
It's where all the rednecks live. So they, like
they want that town gone. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
They don't want it to come back.
Well, all right. Want me to go full tinfoil hat on you?
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of
why
lithium
you're
under
here.
the ground there.
I saw that.
All right. The only place in the world that has the mines for the quartz, the pure quartz that you need to make crucibles in order to make microprocessors, silicon chips for the processing, is in that part of North Carolina.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I heard that.
If that
today.
goes down, guess what? No more microchips.
But what does that have to do with not wanting to rebuild the town?
They want
Because
to
if you
take
can turn, they want to mine it. They want to
They
turn it
want
into
it.
a strip mine,
Oh, I thought it was already being mined.
not the lithium.
not
Oh,
the
the
lithium.
lithium.
The lithium is a big
Oh.
mine. The other one is someone's up to something. And
Yeah,
Microsoft's
so-
in there buying up all the land.
So supposedly, it's one of the, if not the largest lithium mines in the world.
Well,
And
not mines, reserves.
reserves.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not being mined at
because
all.
it's
right now.
underground. Yeah.
People are living above it, so it's not
Yeah.
being mined at all.
So it's one of the largest, if not the largest, lithium reserve in the world, and nobody's able to touch it because it's residential and so on and so forth. So I just started diving down that rabbit hole a couple hours ago. I was playing Oblivion, then scrolled through Twitter and saw that, and was like, "Ooh, I need to bookmark this."
You hear anything about that, Julio? I had
No.
no idea.
Nah, news to me.
And you're saying Microsoft's buying all the land?
Microsoft's been
They're
buying
all the
land up
farmland.
there.
You know that.
Oh, Bill Gates is buying the farmland. This
Yeah.
is the corporation, Microsoft, buying
No,
the
the
land.
corporation. Strange Signal says Dave should stream from his bed in a fat suit.
He does. He sleeps in that chair.
That's exactly right. Intentionally breathe heavy, deathbed stream. Oh man, that's sad. Be in my deathbed and stream? That'd be sad. Man, thank you for the $2. I mean, wow.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Strange Signal. I'd rather have a party stream than a deathbed stream. We almost got there Saturday night, Julio. We almost got to that Rumble only music stream.
Yep. Yeah. Did they ever bring that video back up? Is it still
Oh, I had to delete the fucking Devo
cut out
shit.
the last part? Yeah.
Yeah. No, you just delete the music. They don't even delete the video. They just delete the music. And they still let us talk. So they've got that figured out, dude. They can just swipe out the music.
That Devo video would be better without the music. I might have to go back and watch it.
I remember watching that because I'd left the stream and y'all were playing it, and I said to myself, "Oh, buddy's gonna get popped so hard.
It ain't that hard. I don't.
He's gonna get whipped."
It ain't like it's big time or anything. But we have major news tonight, Jim. Major. Am I wrong here?
Yep. No, you're right. I got the heads up on this, but I don't want to spoil anything.
We got major news going on, right?
What's happening? Oh, this is what. Hold on. This is not. This is this morning. But just so everyone knows, at this afternoon at around 3:00 Eastern time, an Axe 7.2 flare fired off directly at the Earth. So within the next day or two, we're going to be getting some impacts. I'm sure this guy is going to be putting a video out tomorrow about it, but you heard it here first from Jim. He tells you about everything.
Bada bing, bada bang.
Good morning, folks. We've got just two things to hit today. We've got a surge in sunspot development, including an M7 solar flare. Plus, the best cosmological team on Earth has another major release on the shape of our realm. Let's begin with our star, and the last 24 hours on the Sun, M-class flare will be seen in the bottom left quadrant. Several other pops and surges happened in the corona. Luckily, the flare was impulsive enough that it didn't break out into a plasma ejection in CME, but it may flare again. I was watching that region get more and more complex throughout the day, and then right as September became October, the umbral magnetic fields collided within the highly morphological area as it moved around and the flare erupted. It was a brief radio blackout over the Pacific, and as you can see here, the sunspot groups are getting more crowded and complex. We will continue monitoring these today in case of further flaring activity. So folks, I hope you all remember Laniakea. the local cluster group of galaxies, all caught in the gravity basin of the Great Attractor and Shapley Attractor. This was one of the biggest stories of the last decade in cosmological science. It parlayed into a story about not only the Shapley Attractor, but the dipole repeller, showing how Laniakea and the Perseus-Pisces clusters were like opposite sides of a yin-yang, and how there was a notable flow of the galaxies towards one spot and a repulsion from the other, almost like a giant invisible space magnet. Now, they have looked 10 times further into the distance, from 500 million light years to 5 billion, and realized that beyond Laniakea and the Perseus-Pisces clusters, everything around us is also connected and part of the integrated system within the cosmic web. As we've said before, there are no islands in space, everything is connected. This new work not only shows the shapes and locations in the region, but the velocity flows of the galaxies and how the halos of everything.
Did you see how that almost looks like
The inside of a body.
Inside of your body, you know, like blood capillaries and everything. Like everything is the same.
But you know, he made a stupid statement. There's no islands in space. Well, then there's no islands on Earth because we're all connected by the fucking water.
You know,
Don't be fucking retarded.
he's trying to be fucking slick. But
Don't be slick. Don't let people that think logically call out your. And I'm not even
yeah,
slick.
this is what I'm talking about. This is insanity.
Yeah.
Everything is connected. This is what I warn you about: is when the galactic current sheet comes through, it's going to cause stuff to go right through all these. Basically, just think of this as like conductors, and everything is connected, and these lines. And it's all over, folks.
That's how there was able to be a Big Bang, right?
Yeah.
Because it's all connected.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, it's a big electric circuit.
No, that's
It
a theory. I don't know
ignited
if I agree with it.
I don't agree with it either. I'm just saying if you're going to go with that theory and it's all connected, did you know that Frank from American Pickers died?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, I saw that.
I thought he left the show because him and Mike weren't getting along. He must have been getting sick.
No, Captain Bippo. This is actually stars, clusters, and stuff in space. This is the universe.
Looks like a
solar systems
MRI
and
of the brain.
galaxies. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's crazy.
You know what that looks like? That looks like Hunter Biden's art.
No, it literally looks like a brainstem. It looks like. So if the Big Bang was just a massive stroke, we're living on like some big Olympus monster.
Holy fuck, we're all in Joe Biden's mind.
Oh God, no!
Like that
I
John
wonder I
Malkovich.
shit my pants yesterday.
Yeah, that looks like a brain's neural network. This guy would know
Yeah,
everything.
catch up, odd toy.
The second season of Loki on Disney Plus.
Oh shit, I see Loki in there. He's holding it all together.
Oh my god! Too much worrying about his stupid birthday party at Observer Ranch.
That's what I'm saying, Squirrel. All I know is there's a Class 7 solar flare this afternoon. Where's this guy? Nowhere. I got to hear from Jim.
And Jim, we trust though.
Yeah.
But
Well, you know,
Jim
here-
got the news from him. So
I did, but then I also saw it here.
Well, I'm trying not to.
Disclose TV. The sun just admitted a X 7.1 class, actually 7.2 solar flare from NASA right there. Now this is where basically we're here. That's right. We're right there. Where it flared. So
have they ever
we're-
measured what they think the biggest one is?
Well, they know for a fact that the one that happened with the Carrington event in 1860 was like an X60.
Oh, then this is nothing.
Well, yeah.
We didn't have electronics back then.
We didn't have electronics or nothing back then. And also, the Earth's magnetic field was at 100% then.
Yeah, that's the whole point that he's making is these constant pulses are just fucking up our magnetic field, right?
What are you talking about? Dark mode skin? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, I'm X. No, that's for weirdos.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah,
Everything
this is
I
like
had
right
some
where
dark
we're
mode.
at. This is like the Earth is right here,
It
so
is.
it's
You're
going
from
to hit us
Alabama.
good. And
Montgomery.
you know,
Yeah, I call
and
it Montgomery
you know,
mode.
This earlier, like about 12, 14 hours ago, this one did an M class flare, like an M7 or 8. Now it just did an X class. So who knows? Maybe it'll pop again.
Cynic, I like the idea that the minute you get into Montgomery city limits, all your apps switch to dark mode. Is that how it
Switch to
works?
dark mode immediately when I get as soon as I hit Montgomery County.
You think he's a nut? You think biggest on record was 18.9 inches long.
Oh, really?
Oh my goodness. M8 is a cool BMW.
Hmm.
Yeah, they are. If you like BMWs.
Highfalutin Ben.
Velocity flows of the galaxies and how the halos of everything interact and help connect the various galactic systems in the area. Something tells me this is just their next step, and when they do the same study at larger scales, nothing will change, that the universe will look more like a network than a random chaotic mess. Link to those videos is below. And folks, later this afternoon, the members Q&A.
I mean, how could you not trust this guy? Look at him.
Is that dude?
That's the dude.
I
He's
never
40.
trust
Look at
guys
his
with
hair
long
is thinning.
faces.
You'd think he would, maybe get fix that hair up. But I guess maybe he's got other things to worry about. He's worried about this world ending. He don't care.
No,
about
his face is so long. The hair's got to offset the face, dude.
Yeah.
So he could.
See, he needs the SEC swoop.
Yeah,
That would help him out a lot.
He is so religious. He wears 2 crosses, not one,
just in case.
just in case.
He does not look at all like I thought he would look.
He doesn't look like a healthy man. Like, look at those sunken in eyes. He looks like what's his name? Joe Biden's son.
No, I don't know about that, but he used to be like really out of shape, like 10 years until he discovered this. What I don't know what he believed, and so then he changed his whole life and started doing stuff. And
He's probably just
Solar
stressed.
flares helped him lose weight.
He's stressed about it.
because he's I don't know, man. Whatever.
He's preparing.
Astrophysicist or
Oh,
whatever.
it's a microphone in the back. That's his Blue Yeti mic. I was like, what's that?
Oh, it was a
What's
Baldo.
that thing? I thought it was something to
That
face.
hair, put a comb through it. I agree. Comb that hair. Pistachios are crazy.
He doesn't have
know
time
what,
to
man?
comb his hair. He's got his show at 6 o'clock every day. He's got to
Dude,
do.
he's getting ready for his birthday party. Leave him alone.
Right.
Yeah, it's party hair.
He's going to get laid at the ranch.
Does anyone know what this is right here?
That's a
Yeah.
Geo, didn't it?
Geo. Doesn't that sound cool? Geo.
Mhm. That's a
Geo.
Q&A
So
video is
cute.
coming to your email. If you aren't yet a member of the Observer Review, it is the
What
best
the
way.
fuck happened?
Nothing. It was playing.
Observer
That's just how he
Review, it is
talks.
the best way to stay
Oh, it seems
updated.
like it was
best
not-
way to support the
it's not
observers.
synced up.
Next e-magazine
because he's
issue
Asian.
coming middle of the month as well. Sign up at the link below. Don't forget, we have several big events coming up at Observer Ranch too. I will be out there for a little bit in the middle of the day today as well. We want nothing more than to see you in person. ObserverRanch.com. We greatly appreciate your support. We'll do this all again tomorrow.
He didn't mention
here,
his birthday.
Right now at 6
He
a.m.
did.
in the new Valley of
He
the
did.
Sun.
No,
Eyes
No.
open.
he just
No
he just
feet.
said we want to see
Be
you out
safe,
there
everyone.
He said he'll be out at the ranch today.
midday.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No birthday talk.
He did put up his birthday party date, which I think was
he
November
did do that. Yeah.
October 19th.
October 19th.
October 19th.
Yeah.
Shit, it's that soon? I haven't even thought what to get him.
We'll
Just
get
go
him some
rent-
sunglasses for
Go
looking at
rent
the
one of
sun.
his sites, dude. Oh,
God,
Lord.
that's a fucked up looking dude.
Just fucking-
CBS News. Is that what this is?
CBS is hosting the debate.
Oh, they
he looks
are.
like he looks like his upper
Or
lip stinks.
CBS. They always get like the third wheel shit, right? I mean,
I read a lot of background on this Waltz guy.
Well, he's a
Fucking weirdo.
communist, so
Well, I didn't want to jump from here to there, but yeah.
did you see that documentation that they brought out, dude? That CCP stuff?
yeah, it's crazy.
Fucking nuts. What are we doing? What?
Looks like Don Rickles.
He should be. Honestly, he should have been investigated by the FBI already. Like they should have been on his ass because he was in Congress, he was a governor, and he's doing all this stuff with the CCP.
Yeah. Which
Didn't
is
he organize like school
that's
trips
a
to China
traitorous
and shit
act,
like that?
dude.
Yeah,
Didn't he organize school trips to China
yeah,
with the kids?
something. Look at him.
Boy
He's trying
Scouts,
to.
whatever the
He's
fuck.
trying to adjust the microphone in his ear so he can get his stuff. He's like,
Oh, you
Yeah,
got
he
my
couldn't
earring?
wear it. Yeah, he tried Kamala's earrings on. They were just too big.
I know, man. The choices are just fucking
You
ridiculous.
gotta fucking hate JD Vance though. He just fucking has a punchable mug.
Yep.
I was
Yeah.
looking, there was a good spot I saw for a face.
Right there. Oh, you missed it.
What is going on? Where is it?
He legit look, no joke. Anybody who remembers Don Rickles, he does look like him.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I didn't know. I never noticed
Ah.
JD Vance is a big Razor Fist fan though, with the guy liner.
I know it'd be super.
Wait, where'd it go? Fuck.
The
I
O
lost
face.
it. Yeah, I lost it. It was the.
What are you doing? What's going on?
It looked like he's going to say fag real quick, didn't it?
Yeah,
Like,
it did.
I thought the Class 7 solar flare hit the screen.
He's like,
JD
I hate
fag.
fags. That's what he was going to say.
oh my God.
Oh, it
That's
looked like he said the N word right there.
That's the
Look at
face
him.
he made when he was in the psychiatrist's arms in the Penguin show.
He keeps. Why does he keep saying that?
Because he's a fag.
What's that? A soprano? He's a fag.
He's a
It has to
fag.
stop. Look, I think what Tim
Haven't
said
made
just
it to that
Mexican
one yet.
drug cartels to operate freely in this country, and we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is
Why
up.
is he wearing
Governor,
a fuchsia tie
what about
instead of a red tie?
our CBS News polling,
With a
which
black
does
jacket.
show that a
It
majority
matches
of Americans, more
That's
than 50%,
exactly it. What a
support
faggot.
mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is
Is
this
he
is what
married to
happens
an
when you
Asian
don't
woman
want
or
to solve
something, or
it.
an Indian
You
woman?
demonize it.
Yeah.
And we saw
Vance.
this. And Senator Vance.
That was
and
his response. He said over 50% of the public wants mass deportations. We fixed this with a bill.
Yeah, we fix it with a bill, Jim. Duh. That's what they do with everything. And
We're
look, Jim,
instead of, we know you want to deport them, but what we're going to do is make them citizens.
what they're going to do, Jim, is they're going to pass a bill to deport a certain amount, and then they're going to pack that bill with tons more pork and tons more spending for like gender studies in
Hey,
Zimbabwe.
that would be great, but guess what? You don't need a bill to deport them.
No.
The laws are already
I
there.
know.
You
Law.
fucking deport them.
Yeah.
But how are they going to get the money to the gender studies in Zimbabwe, Jim?
It doesn't matter because this is a executive branch under his control. So
Y'all
can
just
do
don't
what
care
the
about
fuck
the
he
poor
wants as
trans in
executive.
Zimbabwe. Y'all disgusting bigots.
Didn't I read somewhere the
surprises
other
me
day
on
that they're
this.
trying to pass a law in some state where illegals have a right to vote? Like, it's
Yeah.
not- yeah, like
Well, California just passed a law saying it's illegal to ask for ID and to vote. It's illegal to ask for ID.
Can we all just go out to California and take
no.
ditch witches and hold on, hear me out, calm down one sec. I see where you're coming from, but just a bunch of ditch witches and backhoes and just dig California, just separate it completely from the rest of us and just let them do their own thing.
Or maybe we could just have a what they call it, Continental Congress, Jim, and vote them out of the fucking union because
They have
they're
a better solution.
New Bankistan.
Solar flares are going to fix it.
New
or they
Bankistan.
extending Earth.
See, solar
New
flare is
banks.
going to happen. A massive solar flare is
Yeah,
going
for all
to
the
cause a
bankers.
giant earthquake. California is going to go right into the ocean, and it's problem solved.
Cynic, your plan reminds me of an old Bugs Bunny cartoon where he got sick of Florida and he just sawed that shit off. You got a big old
Yeah.
saw and just sawed it off. And
Yeah, that's what we need to do. Call it New Bankistan. Let all the bankers have it. Then turn Israel back into Gaza, and then
Thanks, Jim.
Iran will be. Look, man, I solved the whole world's problems just now.
What do you mean turn
Thank you,
Israel
South
back
of the
into
border.
Gaza?
Yeah, it was Palestine. I mean,
Oh, you're just going to invent a country that never existed?
I'm not going to have this conversation with you. Palestine was a country for 1,000 years
No, it wasn't.
Nope.
until 1946.
No, it
Oh,
wasn't.
Jesus Christ!
No, it
Nope.
wasn't.
Okay, so hold on.
No, it
So
wasn't.
in 72 AD, the Romans literally pushed the Jewish people out of Israel.
Yeah, and to fuck with them, they called it the Palestine for the Philistines, but it was never a
Yeah.
country. It was always ruled by other people. It was never a country.
own
The
country.
only time it's ever was a country was when it was the country of Israel thousands of years ago, and now again when it's the country
So
of
for
Israel.
1,000 years, it was on a map, and it was called
was not on a
Palestine
map.
by
Show me a map.
everybody. I
Show
don't
us
have
map.
ancient maps right now.
Oh, I pulled them
in
up
front of me.
before, and guess what? Wasn't called
They're not
Palestine.
on there. We've gone down this rabbit hole, dude. There's no
Look, I
Palestine
want
on
those
that.
people to be treated great. I don't want them to die.
Right.
But the whole thing about the PLO shit was all a scam from other people trying, because they hated the Jews, to fuck with them in the 70s. Arafat's a terrorist. They were always a terrorist organization. They did nothing to help those people. That'd be like if all of a sudden all the American Indians in the United States decided they want freedom and they're going to start a war with the U.S. Guess what? They get dealt with like they did in the 70s when they got slaughtered.
Mm-hmm.
Look it up. They tried.
The Indians did?
Yes.
Really?
In the 1970s. Oh, yeah.
Where was that at? Wyoming or
Oklahoma.
some shit? Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Strange signal.
It got real.
We should embrace fascism and deal with the enemy. Dude, or maybe we let them fucking fight it out and we just
Leave them be. I don't give a shit about either side.
Right.
no. I'm not worried about.
We've devolved to
Ukraine.
where everyone thinks that everyone is, if I'm this at whatever, like you have, like I'm Cartesian, so I need my own country of Cartesia.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the way the world works, man.
Well, my concern sometimes, and what annoys me is that
where's my country? I'm Rhodesian. Where's my Rhodesia?
Exactly. I mean, it's a thing. People lose, but like Palestine just was not a thing. It's a false narrative for sure. And if there's such great people, why aren't other countries taking them as refugees? Because they don't want their asses. They never
If
have.
you really look at it, like all the PLO, all those people, they were in Jordan, and Jordan kicked them out in 1970 or 71, and that's when the whole shit started, because Jordan's like, yeah, these people are nuts, we can't deal with them.
Yeah, they're all in France.
And that's and they sent them around, and that's what started the whole PLO and all this stuff, and just basically you had like the Saudis and Iranians, Iraqis, all these other people giving them money to fuck with the Jews.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think
That
they've
was
been
it.
used as a chess piece.
But
Just
not
to fuck with the Jews, that's it.
They were letting them in their own countries. You ain't doing it from
Egyptians
here.
and all, yeah.
No, I mean, I don't know about that, but I do think that they've been used as a chess piece. I mean,
Because the entire country of Jordan was part of Palestine.
People are already mostly living a dystopian nightmare out there anyway.
Mm.
They think they do. Everybody's a victim of something, that's for sure, man. Everybody thinks the world's, the world is what you make it, man. If you pay attention to all this shit, you might go crazy. But if you live your life and focus on making yourself better, you might have a pretty good life till it ends.
Well, they're counting on us to ignore everything else. So.
I think
you can try to ignore it until a big white flash of light appears over the top of your city because some idiot walked us into a nuclear war.
But I can't stop it. Well, I can't stop elections being stolen. I can't stop these two retards representing us in the second highest seat in the world.
Not to be a book nerd, but any of the heathens in the chat, read a book by Dan Simmons called Flashback. If you want to see what the world can be like in 20 years, it's fun.
I love that movie when she pours the water all over her. And
exactly.
That's Flash Dance, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought that's what he said.
Mixed up.
They're both great.
She was a great welder.
So an amazing welder.
That was the first woke movie, by the way, because she was a female welder.
She was Maniac.
I think
I'm
Footloose
sure
was the first one.
She's dancing like she's never danced before.
I thought Bambi was a first woke movie. Little baby.
That was
baby girl. Once a baby girl deer is a star of the movie. I mean,
yes,
he's a boy.
Yes, and
Bambi's a boy.
Yeah.
Yes, and right. I agree.
Bambi's a boy.
Bambi's not a boy's name.
Let's not split hairs.
So split hairs.
Like Thumper hair.
I was waiting for you to do that one.
I'm sorry. It was All right, let's see what these two Americans are up to.
It wasn't woke. I'm just giving them
talking
shit.
about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to
I
this.
should have said Snow White.
That vilified a large number of people who were here
she saved
legally
all the
in
poor.
the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret,
Why do
first
I
of all,
feel like
the gross
JD
majority
Vance
of what
is,
we need
like,
to do at the southern border is just
giving
empowering
me
law
bedroom
enforcement
eyes.
to do their job. I've been to the
Well,
southern.
she's purposely trying to to not let him respond to what
Right.
Yeah.
the other guy said. Like, I'm gonna let you respond, but first let me ask you this question. I'm gonna give you 1 minute, and I'm gonna do this long fucking question.
Yeah.
Border
Which,
more than our
again,
borders are.
again,
Kamala Harris has been,
does-
and it's actually heartbreaking
Well,
because
it's
the
not
Border Patrol
congressional,
agents,
Jim.
they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed, you've got hospitals that are overwhelmed, you've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim, and I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well,
Why?
It,
Why does
it
he get
is
to
law
respond?
enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of
Who gives a
continuing
fuck
to
what law
bring this up,
enforcement did?
of
Fuck
not
them.
dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything.
It is
On
their fault.
housing, we can
Oh, no,
talk
it's
a little
not
bit
their
about
fault.
Wall
It's
Street
your fault
speculators
for-
buying
for
up housing and
giving
making
them
them less
power.
affordable. But it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate.
how St.
I
Paul,
agree.
Minnesota's
It
doing,
should
Jim.
not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. Look, I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew
You're not
25:40
religious.
talks about, to the least
Here you
amongst
go.
us you do unto me.
the
I
wrong
think
thing.
that's true
Vance.
of most Americans. They simply want order.
But
to
it also
This
says to
bill
follow the
does
laws
it.
of the
It's
land.
funded. It's
So
supported by the people.
that's
who do
also
it,
in
and
that
it
list.
I
lets
think
us
somewhere
keep
in
our
there something about
dignity
not murdering
about how we
fucking
treat other
500,000
people.
babies a year. But hey,
Thank you,
Yeah,
Governor.
there's
And
that's
just
in there
to
too, I
clarify
think.
for our viewers,
Something, maybe a little
Springfield,
bit.
Ohio does have a
Matter of fact,
large
I do
number of
believe
Haitian
if you-
migrants who
if
have
you go
legal
back to the Old
status,
Testament,
temporary
murdering
protected
babies
status.
is what
Laura?
caused
but-
God
Thank you,
to
Senator. We have so
become
much to get to.
silent.
Margaret, I think it's
Nora.
important
We're gonna
because
turn out of the
Which is why he
economy.
sent
Thank you.
Jesus.
the rules were that
The
you guys
economy,
weren't going to
we're-
fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on.
God, I hate that
So there's
guy.
an application called the
No,
CBT1
Jim,
app,
pause it.
where you
No.
can go on as an illegal.
what?
They are fucking trying to make him look bad.
Yeah,
And
and fact checking them, and they said they weren't gone and they're doing this shit. Actually, those people aren't illegal. They have temporary protected status.
That's
Temporary
illegal.
protected status, which means they come here temporarily, then they go the fuck back.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
what they used to do with
difficult.
migrants in the 60s and 70s. They had
Yeah.
summer
Oh,
passes.
you have a problem? All right, you can come here and you can hang out. Get out.
Right.
The woman in the pink blazer looks like Zorak from Space Ghost.
Well, this fucking bitch tried to fact check him and move it on, make her stupid little statement. And he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. And I give him credit here, Jim. He stood up. He said, fuck
Oh, he's
off. I'm not shutting up. Yeah.
If he doesn't pick up the fucking podium and throw it at them bitches, he ain't got no balls.
Yeah, that's exactly. Let's see who can misquote the Bible. Holy shit.
Legal
I mean,
migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That
Thank
is
you,
the
Senator.
facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret,
Exactly.
by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process.
Kamala-
We
and-
have
Oh,
so
this
much to get
fucking
to,
cunt.
Senator.
Right.
We
Those
have
laws
so
have been
much.
on the books since 1990.
This shut the
Thank you,
fuck up,
gentlemen.
you
The
Botox
We want to
bitch.
have-
app has not been on the
Correct.
books.
What did Rip Torn in the movie UHF say? Frauds don't
Gentlemen,
belong in broadcast.
The audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we
That's
want to
funny.
get to.
You
Thank you.
You know
for
what? Your
describing
mics
the
are cut. You know what I would do?
Fucking
Oh, our mics are
Nora.
cut. Go
Thank you,
fuck
Margaret.
yourself and
I'm
walk
out.
off the
The
stage.
economy
Yeah.
is a top concern for
Motherfucker.
voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan. So let's talk about
No,
the
they haven't.
specifics.
Kamala does not
Governor
have an
Walz,
economic
Vice
plan.
President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your
Oh, more
proposals will
fucking
increase the
free money to
nation's
people that have
deficit
a lot of
by
kids.
I need to have more
$1.2
kids. That's a good idea.
trillion.
Yeah.
How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both
No, you
grew up in
don't.
that. We understand. So those
Kamala
of you out there
Harris is
listening
not
tonight,
middle
you're
class.
hearing
We
a
showed
lot
her
of stuff
fucking
back and
house.
forth, and it's
She lived
good.
in a
It's healthy.
friggin'
That's what
mansion.
this is supposed to happen.
Plus, she worked
You
at
should be
McDonald's.
listening. How's this going to impact me? The
He owned
first
it.
and
She
foremost
sucked a
weed and
dick in
listened
the
to
parking
your
lot of
talk.
McDonald's
out
once. I
there
guess
is
that's
one
what
is
didn't work.
talking about this housing
Yeah,
issue.
she worked.
The
That's
one
how she
thing is
became
there's
vice
3
president.
million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more.
Stop.
than
Pause
just
it one
an
second.
asset
Pause it
to be
one second.
traded
Pause it
somewhere.
one second.
It's
Yeah.
found-
She
Pause it one
plans, she
second.
says we're going to build 3 million houses in 4 years. Guess how many houses we're currently building in 4 years?
5 million?
Yes.
Yes.
Not
she
to
plans to
mention
reduce the
that.
number.
Not to mention that we have millions and millions of empty homes in this country already built.
Oh, yeah.
People aren't buying those homes because it's too fucking expensive. The people I dealt with when I first got my license, because when I first got my real estate license, I worked with buyers specifically.
hmm
I loved working with first-time home buyers.
Oh, I thought you
build a
said
rapport.
fires, like maybe Greek fires or Jewish
No.
lightning or something. All right, no.
But you don't have those people anymore. They come
First-time
in
buyers,
and they
yeah.
go, the first-time home buyers cannot afford.
Dude, my kids can't
These
afford to
fucking
rent
homes.
a fucking place. And we live in southern or rural Illinois. Everything's out of control. Everything's out of control. And when I hear government giving down payment assistance to get into a house, Julio, all they're doing is trying to prop up the housing market. Stop.
The housing
house
market,
prices have to come down, dude.
the
It's
housing
gotta
market
crash.
is gotta crash. I've been
got
saying
to.
it for 3 years now. We're living on a bubble. We had that big cope. See, everybody thinks the housing market was so great during COVID for just magical reasons. Nobody's talking about that. The reason why it blew up was everybody who wanted to move and kept saying, well, we'll have to wait till the kids get out of school, yada,
Yep.
yada. You know, the kids were out. You were out of work. You were off from work. You could do what you needed to get your home ready to sell it. And then what happened with these companies like Zillow and BlackRock were coming in with their automatic bidding systems and outbidding the normal person. And Joe Bob down the road sold his $190,000 fucking home for $400,000. And then Jim next door with his little fucking shack said, well, I can do the same thing. And these automated systems were giving them the fucking money. Your home's not worth more, people. Your money's worth less.
Yep. I mean, I like seeing that my house price has gone up quite a bit in 3 years. That doesn't help me though, because if I'm going to go buy a new house, I still don't have no money.
Yeah, you ever see that
going into
thing
the
where
new
they
house.
show the
Yep.
the bar of gold? They say in 1920 you could buy a house for this bar of gold in the U.S.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they say today you could buy a house for this bar of gold in the U.S. for the same bar of gold
Yeah, it's true.
because
It's
the gold is, you know what I mean? Everything has been inflated and the money is, you know.
yeah, I got a 2.45
I
when I
got
got my home.
a 2.9 15 year during COVID.
I got a 3.0. Then COVID came in and they were offering lower interest rates, and I refinanced my home at 2.45.
Yeah.
Just put the money back into it. But
That makes
my home is now worth double what I bought it for. But I've done nothing to it except for build a fence and pressure wash
Right.
You know, that kind of manicure it. You know what I mean? I haven't added anything.
Right.
I haven't. No. So that's not the way your home appreciates in value, right? It appreciates in value over time, of course, but it
Sure.
doesn't double in 2 fucking years.
Yeah, I mean, I was telling my wife, I said, maybe we should get a smaller house, right? And
You're going to spend the same amount.
It's exactly right. So what I'm going to do is just live in less of the house and rent out the rest.
There you go. I mean, shit, I would. Fucking housing market build 3 million more homes.
They're going to ask him why he lied about being in Tiananmen Square.
Did you finally give Camelot money for a sub?
No, I didn't. Why?
That's just bullets asking. Just asking.
No.
I fucking hate
if he
these
wouldn't have
people.
said, honestly, the way he said it and everything, and I was like, are you fucking serious? Dude,
No.
it put me off. It was like, it's free for you to go click subscribe on my fucking channel. And you're going to want me to give you money to do it? Go fuck yourself.
Well, I don't even know what that's about.
Yeah, I don't either.
You don't know? Oh, no, I was on I talked about it last night.
I don't remember.
Yeah, Camelot. So
Camelot,
why am I telling you the story?
Nick read a thing to promote my channel, and I got
Okay.
like 50 subs. Joe, Good Logic subbed to me.
Right.
All stuff. And Camelot's like, I'll sub if I didn't see your name on the donation thing for my GoFundMe. If you donate to me, I'll sub to your channel. I was like, what?
Dude, I bought your fucking stupid car through Ethan. What are you talking about? Fuck.
Soho Lasco coronagraph satellite damage data is still updating, but coronal shockwaves seen on the SDO indicate a CME erupted and Stereo 8 images suggest a wide burst to it. We will confirm the Soho data, but I'd say there's a 75 chance that the X7 solar flare released a CME towards Earth. It won't be disastrous, but good auroras are possible. More importantly, the sunspot is still facing Earth and no less dangerous. News at 11.
So this is basically going to create more aurora borealis.
Yeah, like we saw in May. This is kind of like the same thing that happened in May. I think May was a X5.
Okay. So it's like, I want to hear like it's going to put out fucking cell towers. Like, I want to hear that one.
I want to hear it's going to, never mind.
Like, did you know Verizon was out yesterday?
Yeah, that's weird too, right?
Yeah.
And the PS fucking thing was down. It's probably the Iranians getting ready for their attack.
Yeah, they
This is how the Earth grows, Dan Blackroyd. Solar flares, it adds to the Earth, makes the Earth bigger.
Yeah.
Does it?
Sure.
Fucking hate you, Jim.
Yes, and
Love being able to see the northern lights in Kentucky. I haven't been able to see them in Illinois. They bypass us every time.
I never get to see Northern Lights, thank God.
Why? They're awesome.
Supposedly this
Stay
guy's going
away.
to get hammered.
I don't want the North to come back to the South ever
Dude,
again.
he just said, don't tell me that the government doesn't build houses either, Jim. What the fuck are they talking
Although
about?
they do kind of, because they did, if they're called housing projects. Like giant housing projects that pack people into
But
them.
they're no longer building housing projects anymore.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
They're building. Hold on.
With HUD.
That's what I was about to say. They're building government housing. Yeah. All right. So when I was a kid, we had the housing projects, and they realized, oh fuck, all this crime is in one area, and every time you get off the interstate to downtown Birmingham, you've got to dodge bullets before you get down to the university to go to your fucking doctor. So they demolished it. And then what they started doing was giving people HUD money to move these people and just spread them out across the city.
Oh,
that's what happened. Isn't that what happened to Chicago?
Yeah.
Well,
They
that
spread
what
them
Southside-
out to the suburbs.
They demolished a project.
But here's the funny thing about Chicago.
There was a project on Cicero in 55.
Yeah, that was called Leclerc Courts.
It's gone.
Yeah, Leclerc
It's
Courts.
gone. Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah,
That one
Caprini
was like
Green
low
and all those
rises,
places.
though. That was
They
like
destroyed those.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
knocked
they
them
were
down. They were
shitholes.
low rise.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: is there was this thing called the Robert Taylor Homes in Chicago that along the lake,
Yeah.
lakefront property, and that land was leased by the city to build those things. Do you know who it was leased from?
Who?
The
The
Fed.
Daly family.
Oh, the dailies. Holy shit. You're shitting me.
No.
That motherfucker. Probably Chicago's best mayor ever, though, right?
was all right.
Kept shit running, right?
You know, old man Daley would probably be a Republican today. Not the kid, but the old man.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder what an acre costs now. Maybe it's time to, dude.
Down here, acres run depending on where you're at. So
Buildable.
literally where I'm at, an acre of land costs about $10,000 to $15,000. But if you go 6 miles closer to the beach, you're looking at
Oh yeah, yeah.
30, 40,000, 50,000 an acre.
Well,
Yeah, lots by me that are not even on, like that are just on a small canal are $500,000.
yeah,
We bought
That's
our
just
20,
a,
our
80 by
20 acre
40 lot.
farm.
yeah.
We bought our 20 acre farm for,
Or 80 by 120 or something.
man, it was like $60,000 total, lock, stock, and barrel.
Yeah, I was down in Southern Illinois last week talking to this guy, you know, and he's talking about how the pricing has gone up like crazy. Like this crazy lady selling her 20 acres of land in her house. She wants $300,000.
That's not bad.
I'm like, he goes, she paid $75,000 for that place, and now she wants 300. And I'm like, dude, get out of the county. Please, you got to go see the rest of the world. Because if I could get 20 acres and a three or four bedroom house and 2,000 square feet for $300K, I'd be pretty fucking happy. And it's all fenced in, you know, so you don't have to build a fence or anything. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's not a bad deal at all.
Not at all. Just in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like,
So what's the worst call, Cynic? Navy blue tie and a black jacket, or pink tie with a blue jacket?
Pink tie blue, because you're
It's
a
not
Republican.
pink, though.
It's
not
fuchsia.
pink. It's fuchsia.
That's fuchsia. With that guy liner he's got,
it's not true.
it's not true.
Not true. Go to Michigan. Land there is cheap.
Northern Michigan is stupid cheap, but Northern Michigan is so far from civilization.
Yeah, the UP of Michigan is more like Canada.
Yeah, Ipsies, whatever they call them.
All right, let's see. Supposedly he's going to get caught in a big lie.
Foundational to where you're at, and then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit. We have one in Minnesota. Reduces.
Wait, he said they built 12% more houses in Minneapolis. What, after they all burned down from the fucking riots?
I was going to say, there's no more land in Minneapolis to build more houses. That's like saying we built more houses in Oak Park, Illinois after the fucking tornado. Well, yeah. Oak Park didn't get fucking bigger. You can't get any bigger. That's why all those, like the old classic subdivisions, Julio, they just have a steady high school population forever once they stop building, and they kind of just know their revenue, right? They kind of know what it's going to be forever. But those people up in those suburbs, dude, they got cash money, and they don't fuck around. They build nice houses. They pay their fucking $10,000 a month in taxes. I mean, their fucking tax bill around there, Jim, you know that's stupid. It's fucking stupid up there. And it's stupid for me. I pay $12,000 a year just for fucking property tax.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's
I love Alabama.
Dude, you have
That's
no
nothing,
idea.
dude. Inside the city of Chicago, property taxes are fucking insane.
Yeah.
I've got 2 properties, and I don't pay $1,200 total.
Man, my dad's house in Arkansas, he was paying $600 or $800 a year for his house and land. I'm like,
that's what I'm paying.
I'm like, fuck you, man. I go, Dad, you understand? Like, I pay a whole mortgage every month in fucking taxes to this stupid state. My taxes are as much as my mortgage price.
Fuck that.
Well, that's why people are, they're poor. They buy a house, they pay all these taxes. They don't have any furniture in their fucking house because they got to pay these ridiculous mortgages for the taxes in Illinois.
They're house poor.
And the fucking roads.
Car insurance is going through the fucking roof too, man, because all these illegals driving are smashing everything, so all the rates are going up.
Yeah.
You see, it's everyone's insurance is going fucking insane.
I want to take my truck and go to in Minecraft and crash it just because I've never filed an insurance claim in fucking 35 years of having insurance. And I would like to actually get some money back of all that money I've paid those fucking pricks in
I
Minecraft.
wrecked my car last year. My other Volkswagen I wrecked it, and they paid me $1,000 more than what I bought the car for. Actually, $2,000 more than what I bought the car for. But then they hit me with they charged me with all the rental car fees when they weren't supposed to. So
Right.
that it just ate that up. But I still was able to get my
Jimmy
new
the
GLI.
Lumberjack pays $14K a year in Glen Ellen.
Suck a dick.
Dude,
If
you
you were
have
in
no
the
idea.
city, if you were in the city of Chicago, you're probably looking at triple that at least.
Suck a
Jim,
dick.
20 years ago, we were looking to buy a house in Kankakee. Fucking Kankakee 20 years ago. $14,000 a year in taxes in Kankakee. I told that fucking realtor, we're out. I mean, don't take me to this fucking, and it's Kankakee. It sucks.
It's pronounced
Bourbonnais.
Kankakee.
Oh, it sucks, dude. Bourbonnais, Kankakee can
Kankakee.
fuck off. Bourbonnais.
So
Bourbon
in
Noir.
Illinois, do y'all, once you hit a certain age, do they allow you to stop paying property tax?
No.
No.
Nope.
Oh, fuck y'all.
No, see, that's the other thing too. So like when you turn 65, retirement age, you still got if we're living here, house is paid off, I still got to give these pricks $1,200 a year for the privilege of living here. A month.
Yeah, we get to stop paying property tax at 70, I believe. 68 or 70. As long as it's your homestead.
It makes sense to me.
Yep.
These fuckers, man. What's the point
That's
of buying
why-
a house if you keep having to pay for the privilege of buying a house? It's
that's what made me ask that question, because
Jim, your property taxes in Florida ain't as much as ours are here.
No.
No, not at all.
their insurance is crazy.
Nah, not bad, really.
Really?
Yeah, not bad.
Probably as much as mine.
No, I mean, my homeowner's insurance is like $3,000 a year.
Okay.
Flood insurance is about $1,800.
That's nothing,
That's
dude.
not bad at all.
Shit,
I got
mine's
in.
more
I
than
got
that.
in at a good time, and they can't raise it. There's got all these rules. They can't raise it more than a certain amount every year. So
These fucking assholes at the insurance company, I paid my price for the house. They won't insure me for less than double the price I paid for it. So I'm paying insurance on double the house value that I actually live in.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Well, we can't rebuild it for that price. Well,
they hold your they hold your value down on your house on your insurance here. They won't let you say no. This is what it would cost to value. They won't let you do it here. They're like no.
no, I just give them the stats. Here's the house, and they go, "Oh no, you got Amish cabinets, you got Amish hardwood floors. We could never do that, today's day. So you're going to have to pay this much insurance to insure it, because if it was to be rebuilt." Well, how do you know that? How can you predict that? What if I don't want to rebuild the same size house? So fuck off. That
part's on you, but the way, because I do
pay
comps.
more for car insurance.
No,
than
it's
I do
not
for
on
house
me. I
insurance.
don't have an option with the insurance company.
By double.
No. What I'm saying is, if you cashed out and didn't want to build the same size home, right?
Well,
that's their
see,
excuse.
Here's the problem too, though. I guarantee you, even though it's double, it wouldn't pay for the new fucking house. Because not if I built it the same exact way. I'm just telling you, man. They don't. I mean, I know they have their charts and all this shit, but I guarantee you it wouldn't rebuild this fucking house and replace everything inside it. That's the other thing. That's supposed to replace everything inside it. If it's
but that's because you hoard diamonds and gold bars, though, Dave.
Well, they don't know about those.
Oh, well, my insurance thinks I do.
Those are in Minecraft. I've got they're on the cloud, saved somewhere. I'm saving it for a poster for
childhood
my
poverty by
wall.
a third. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the
Rich
ground. The law as it
motherfuckers.
stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical
What?
difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was
That's a
an
lie.
$8 trillion
That's a barefaced
increase in the
lie. I
national
paid
debt, the
so little
largest
in
ever.
taxes.
Now he's
Yeah.
proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including
Okay.
businesses, it would be destabilizing it. It would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look,
What
this
the
is simple for
We're in a
you.
fucking
Where are we
recession,
going?
you
Kamala
faggot.
Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that,
But you
our
won't.
system works best. More people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Do Democrats
Governor, I wanna
not
give you a moment to respond on that,
understand
but similarly,
math?
the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump
Yeah, they
plan
don't.
and says it would
Trust me.
increase the nation's deficit
Numbers don't number
by
to them.
$5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done
exactly.
instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border, and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now, not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation. And
I'd
to boot,
never made
peace
so
and
much
security
money in my
all
entire
over the
fucking
world.
life.
So when people
And I
say
used
that
to work
Donald
for
Trump's
AT&T
economic plan
corporate,
doesn't
making
make
30
sense,
bucks an
I
hour,
say look at
working
the
overtime
record. He
at double time
delivered
and a half.
rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle
Yeah,
class?
well, Kamala
Yeah, I would
Harris's
like
day
to.
one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were
Oh,
already
fucking nobody gives a shit.
First of all, another
Fuck.
how did Trump fail on COVID? I'm still trying to wait and find
He
out.
didn't lock down hard enough like they wanted him to.
Yeah, Daddy didn't lock me down hard enough.
Is that really the point? Like,
I guess that's the failure. They said didn't do. He didn't force people to take vaccines like Joe Biden did.
because I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, dude. Like,
Here's what upsets somebody like me. In the
Here's-
situation I'm in, where hold up,
yeah,
he's talking about the American dream. People are worried about how they're going to pay their fucking rent. The American dream seems so gone.
Yeah.
People are worried about how much is my gas. It's legit. I mean, some people have money, they don't care about it. I used to. That's fine.
sure.
I'm concerned about groceries. How much am I going to pay for that? Gas.
I am too. Yeah.
It's not. He's like, oh, we're all going to buy houses. That's their language makes no sense. Of course, they can fucking afford houses. Great.
Right.
That's not what people are worried about nowadays. People aren't worried about how much fucking property tax you're paying. Well, good for you. You own something that you can pay property tax on.
And here's the other thing. You know, they talk about taxing the rich, right? Taxing the rich. Well, the rich have the best accountants, and they know every fucking IRS trick there is. So you can try to tax it. You ain't getting it, motherfucker.
Well, here's
They
the
still
other.
pay an
Listen.
exorbitant amount of the fucking taxes
Correct.
as it is. When you look into
Correct.
what they pay, it's like The top
Yeah.
10% pay like 95% of
Percent of the taxes. Yeah.
It's
And that's what
insanity.
Democrats don't get is if somebody who makes 200,000 pays, let's say, 10% tax to make the math easy, they're putting in $20,000 to the system, which is more than somebody who makes $60,000 pays in tax. So raising the tax on rich people.
Julio, I paid $81,000 in federal income tax last year. Just fucking federal.
That's bananas.
It's fucking dumb, dude.
Well, it's
like
fucking theft. You know why you have to pay that? Because they know they can get it from you.
Because I don't have a choice. I just don't have a choice. They're stealing it.
Well, I mean, I'm permanently middle class. I don't plan on ever being, gym rich. You know what I mean? And even I've got an accountant buddy that every year I go to and I go, hey man, what's the tips and tricks that we're doing this year? Squeeze every dime you can. Every mile that I drove to go get glasses.
Ever since I got my accountant, dude.
Yep.
It's changed my life. Now, they tell you get all that tax money
Well,
back.
how much does hold on? How much does an accountant cost?
Mine's a buddy of mine I went to college with.
I pay him $350 a year to do my taxes, dude.
I pay him like $275, I think.
And you know what he does? He says, "Oh, does your wife work?" Well, no, she takes she's a photographer. She works on the side. Oh, no, that's a business. Let's get a bunch of receipts that you guys did this year for her business. And I said, well, she's not really an LLC. It doesn't matter. She's still making money. We can show her income on the taxes. We can show your expenses just to offset some of your loss or whatever. And then he goes, oh, you're on the internet? You do YouTube stuff? Anything you got in the background? Give me the receipt. Give me the receipt. It's not a lot of money.
I work in this room. I can write
everything.
On the place. I used to when I had a house, but now
I would have never done that. I just would have went to fucking TurboTax for $100, and they would have said, "Oh, yeah." But they tell you all the time, Jim, you get it all back, right? You get all that tax money back at the end of the year. What a fucking lie! And the worst part is, Julio, when you work on commission, you don't get taxed 20%. You get taxed 40%. They treat commissions like bonuses, the federal government, which is bullshit.
It's almost like people who work for a living have to worry more than people who
It ain't a fucking bonus. So
crazy.
And you can't get around it.
My average taxes is coming around to like 32.5, I think is what we figured out.
I'm over 40.
That's what I'm saying. We're in the ballpark together because we both work on commission. So, but I also have to pay a portion of my commission every year to my brokerage. So
it's supposed to get good. So let's see.
All right, let's go.
Session, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things.
That's a lie. That's a fucking lie. The jobs were coming back by the time Biden took office.
The states closed. Trump didn't close anything. You fucking hypocrites. You blue ass states decided we're going to make Trump look bad and we're going to shut all this shit down. People lost their jobs or they worked from home. What the fuck ever. So when those people work from home, they shut down the restaurants, all that shit. You are a fucking lying piece of shit.
Well, smart businesses like the company I work for after COVID, they're like, wait a minute, we can run our business without paying overhead in buildings and just let people work remotely.
Right.
It shut down the buildings and let people work remotely. That saved the company.
As long as the productivity stayed the same, why not? Now, if they notice a drop in production, then you bring them back in the fucking office.
You got to have a way to track metrics. That's IT departments can handle that. I used to be IT. It's not that hard.
No, I'm just saying. But if you noticed it as a company, you would have brought them back. Like I think who was it? Amazon or I think it was Microsoft said, "Now you're coming back to work." No, it was Google. I think Google said, "Get your ass back in the office, motherfuckers."
I had a staff of 22 people. I had to bring people back in the office because they weren't. Because I got the feeling they were sitting at home and doing nothing. And the reason I got the feeling is because the numbers suck.
You're damn right, Captain Bipto. That fucking
it's true.
Lori, whatever the chick from Michigan was down in Florida on vacation while she's locking people down in Michigan so tight they can't squeeze their ass.
Sure Tim Walsh is getting an Airbnb in Montgomery, Alabama for his vacation for his family, right?
With the-
It was Tesla, by the way, Dave. You hit every company but the right one. Elon Musk made everybody stop working remote.
I thought that was shit. That was a
well, but he pays for a lot of buildings, dude.
Yeah.
He ain't selling those buildings either. I mean, I'm sorry. Those are built specifically for a specific reason. Bring your ass back to work.
it's his company. He can do what he wants. I
I'm
respect it.
sorry. He didn't. If he didn't cut their pay all that time, and then he finally think about how much money extra they were making by not driving to work every day.
You're right about that. If I had to drive like I used to drive to work with $3.50 a gallon, I'd be double fucked.
Mm-hmm. You'd be working fucking nights delivering DoorDash, not on the internet, hanging out with us. Right.
So I'm very thankful to have a job I can work from home.
I wouldn't work DoorDash. I'd get hand jobs on the corner. I'd make more money.
Yeah.
What's that?
Huh? What? I didn't say nothing. I thought I was muted.
Trump's ultimately signed off on the mass printing of money in 2020, which siphoned the wealth to the ultra rich.
He did do that.
That printing was done by the Federal Reserve, and those people were against Trump the entire time.
Yeah, Trump.
With him. So I don't know that he had any control over it. That's not the president doesn't have control over printing money.
And Trump kept calling them fraudsters every time they'd come out with the numbers, and he was telling them stop fucking raising interest rates. He knew what they were doing to him. He's not a dummy. He knows he knows how money works. Let's get back to the good stuff, Jim. Sorry.
That's all right.
I never was either
you
too white.
made a question about experts said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this.
No, I'll go to you,
ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, whatever. How is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years?
Shut
up. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it. And
that was proved to be bullshit.
We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good.
What is he talking
Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are
he's against people making a profit. There it is.
Companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Shut the fuck up. The IRA.
So appreciate that. So if you notice what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing,
that's a gross
honestly, Tim, I think you got a
generalization.
tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he
Yes,
did.
he is.
You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on healthcare then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
So I hope
We have a lot to get to, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions.
I got to speed this up.
We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
They lubed him up.
Well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of
you ever go to
400,
Hong Kong?
town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud.
So it's okay to lie and bullshit in small towns because nobody's going to know that you're a fucking liar in a small town.
No,
Yeah,
I
I tell you, as a man,
that don't really know how calendars work. So you know, it's I was kind of I thought it was April, but it was August. You know, whatever, man. It's
as a man that grew up his entire life in a small town, you don't want to be known as the fucking liar.
I know, right? Like
I grew up in a town of 400 people. Watch, it's going to come out that that's a lie.
oh yeah, of course. He probably grew up in a fucking whorehouse in fucking Texas somewhere. Hong Kong, Nebraska.
Tim Walz, resident Hong Kong, Nebraska.
Hong Kong
was-
restaurant in rural Nebraska.
All right. But supposedly he fucks this all up, so let's hear.
that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then
35
started a
years
program
ago.
to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at.
Yeah, they did.
Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress.
Just say I lied.
For 12 years.
I lied.
And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got
Bisexual,
done,
you misspoke.
working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people.
Were
to make
you
sure that I get this
anti-Tiananmen
right. I will
Square or
say
not, you
more than
fuckhead?
anything. Many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being
so you're a
there,
liar.
The impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald
My
Trump
wife
should have
would
come on
leave
one of
me
those
over
trips
this
with
kind of
us.
shit.
I
Like,
guarantee you he wouldn't be
Honey, I just
praising
got
Xi
caught up in the
Jinping
rhetoric.
about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world.
He just said we're
It's
going to
about
lose
trying
trade war to
Do
China?
the best you can for
He
your
can't be in
community.
federal
And then
office.
it's
He's gotta
getting
go.
yourself out there and
He's
letting your
gotta
folks
go.
understand what it is. My commitment,
What it
whether it be
is.
through teaching, which I was good at.
So he wants
or
to
whether it
surrender
was
to
being a
China,
good
because we're
soldier,
gonna
or
lose, he
being a
said.
good member of Congress.
Wait,
Those are the
he
things that I
just
think are the
called
values
himself
that
a
people
good
care
teacher.
about.
That's
Governor,
like
just
calling
to follow
yourself.
up on that, the question was,
a
can you
good-
explain the
close
discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said.
I'm a liar.
No, you're a liar.
So I was in
That's a yeah moment.
HongOng and China during
When
the
dancing.
democracy protests went in. And
That's a
from that, I
yeah
learned a lot
moment.
of
Who's that guy
what
that did
needed to
that?
be
The
in
train?
governance.
Or on stage?
Yeah, This is
Thank
like
you, Governor.
stolen valor shit,
Senator
Jim.
Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office,
Yep.
and you said he could be America's Hitler.
Well, I
I
did
know
where I
you've
learned
said,
it back
you've been
then,
asked many
and I do
times, and
now.
you've said you regret those comments and
to
explained
get
you
him what?
then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to
This
deliver
is
his
where J.D.
economic
Vance fucked up.
populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz,
Yeah,
after
of course.
Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this,
Yes, it does.
this issue is what's on everyone's mind.
Where's the fact
Donald
check?
Trump put this all into motion.
It does say that, actually. It does say that you could have an abortion all the way up until the 40th week.
You can slaughter your own baby right up to the
He's
point.
a liar. They all are liars.
He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52
kinda
years
great.
of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing.
It is a
young
beautiful
bride
thing,
in
you fucking
Texas
asshole.
waiting for their child
States have
at 18
rights.
weeks.
God
She had the
damn it, states
First of
have
all, then they're
rights.
lying. This is a woman who took an abortion pill and had a complication and died, and somehow that's whose fault?
Well, this goes into them not understanding mathematics. Like
Yeah.
there's always an outlier in everything.
Yeah.
You watch the news, children get kidnapped. That doesn't mean you can't let your kids leave the house.
No, it's like, but they're trying to blame. Oh, this is Trump's fault that this woman took an abortion pill and had a medical complication.
I got you. He's doing
Wait,
like
so
one-
if Trump? So, but what are they saying, that she wouldn't have did the abortion if it wasn't harder to get an abortion? It
Yeah,
was
how many
easier?
women have
I don't
died of
understand it.
How many women have died of Planned Parenthood, Jim? A lot. I mean,
They don't talk about it though.
No, fuck no, man. This fucking asshole needs to understand the federal government doesn't need to control healthcare. It's out of our proxy. You let your states handle the fucking healthcare, because when the federal government gets involved, it gets expensive and stupid. Ask everybody that's on Obamacare if they like it. No, they don't.
Complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duval, a 12-year-old child, raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put
Aren't you glad though?
In charge
and that's
of
your
their
state's
healthcare.
right.
Look, this is not
Piece
what,
of
if you
shit.
don't know Amanda,
You're going to
or
fact check
Hadley,
rape stats?
you soon
now?
will.
No.
Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception. And
Trump's
limit
denounced
access, if
that
not
so many
eliminate
fucking
access to
times.
infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility
People
treatments
he's
are why I have a
talking to
child.
don't understand.
That's nobody else's business. But those things are being
Because they don't
proposed.
pay attention to
And
both
the
sides of the
catch-all on this
conversation,
is
so they know
well,
when
the
they're being
states will
lied to.
decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This
Yes,
is
it does.
basic human right. We have
No,
seen
no.
That's exactly how it works. It's called
mortality
federalism.
skyrocket in
It's-
Texas,
you fucking
outpacing many other
communist
countries
piece
in
of
the world.
shit.
This is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
No.
Senator, do you want to
trust
respond to the governor's
women?
claim? Will
What
you
the fuck
create
does
a
that have to
federal
do with
pregnancy
anything?
monitoring
that's-
agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more.
I'm going to ask you guys on the panel. If these were your 2 guys running for president, who would you vote for?
No confidence.
No, if you had to vote.
Gun to my head, no option.
No, this is the fucking election. That's your options. There's no other options. These are the 2 guys running.
He's saying he wouldn't vote.
I wouldn't vote.
You're just going to not go. Okay.
Yeah.
Really? You're not even going to fucking cast your vote?
Not for JD Vance.
You wouldn't?
No.
With these 2 guys on the screen?
Nope.
Even with Nick Fuentes as his running mate?
Fuck, Jim. Now you've thrown a pickle in there.
Yeah, you didn't say
If
that.
Nick Fuentes was his running mate, yeah, I would do it for the fucking meme.
So honestly, you wouldn't vote for Vance over this
really
guy
wouldn't.
in any capacity?
Vance is a wormy, flip-flopper, fence-riding piece of shit.
He's a politician, dude. Come on, man. Trump was a Democrat.
And?
He was a Democrat.
I don't vote for a party, though. I vote for I'm not a registered Republican. I don't vote don't just vote the party line. I'm
a registered R word somewhere. We just don't want to call
it in the Alabama school system.
Well, Alabama has open primaries, right?
Yes.
See, that's the thing. If you live in a state that has closed primaries like Florida, you have to be registered or you don't get to vote in the primary.
Yeah. So
Illinois is the same way, right, Jim?
I don't know.
I know I
think so.
Yeah,
but I'm not 100% sure.
I can't just show up without my fucking my
Oh yeah,
voter
Illinois is the same way because
card.
they have Republican and Democrat. They have separate ballots for
Well,
Republicans.
I've got to show my driver's license, but we don't have voter ID cards. You have to have a driver's license here. I mean, we have the last election. They said we had the fastest, most secure election in the country. So
Well, 'cause
either way,
people voted. Like it's Alabama.
yeah.
You guys don't know how to get a license. You guys are all dummies, right? Like the DMV is like a
No,
phone.
Yeah, they're all
number,
used to just
right?
driving, making left turns around racetracks.
We
all the
have
time.
to. In Alabama is one of the few states where you have to have a license, unless you live in Birmingham
or a government ID, right? Yeah.
Yeah, like you have to. So
You know what? That's a funny part too. In Illinois, even if I have a voter registration card, you know what they ask you for, Jim? My fucking ID.
Yeah.
But I'm not in a fucking Chicago suburb. I'm not in the country. So they actually respect the election, Julio. Like if Chicago didn't exist, Illinois would be a red state all day long.
It's a lot of states are like that.
Yep. And it's too bad that we don't use the electoral college process in states like we do for the fucking federal elections, because if we did, there would be no more Democratic fucking governors. It wouldn't be a thing. There's too many hillbillies in every state in the country. Every state has hillbillies, their version of them. Too many people that don't want to be part of the system. They don't want to be part of the government bullshit. They don't want to live in the big cities. Mike
Barron tried to warn us. A man called Plush.
We didn't listen.
Now, I mean, I wouldn't. If I had to vote for these people, gun to my head, they won't idea. Everyone's saying like fucking shit.
He just say pull the trigger.
Yeah, that's cool. Maine and Nebraska do it by congressional district. So I mean, at least they're trying. They're trying to do it better.
Yeah,
they don't have a huge population. They just don't have huge populations, right? Like, you can't let Omaha and fucking what's the other big town over there? Omaha and the other. Jesus, it's not Omaha. What's the capital of Nebraska?
I thought Omaha was, isn't it?
Is it
Montana?
Look, I don't know.
Either way.
The point being, they split delegates, right, in the election.
Lincoln, Nebraska.
Lincoln, yeah. You can't let those two states win the election every time, right? If it did, it would be bullshit. But that's what's happening in so many states. Like California has more registered Republicans than any state in the fucking union, and they can't win shit anymore.
It's because they put 7 million illegals in there in the 80s.
Yeah, Lincoln's not big, but it's big for Nebraska.
Thanks, Ray.
More options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care.
2 hours? Oh,
Amber Thurman died in that journey.
30
Could not told her baby. That would have
been. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject, and you hear me talk about it?
No.
You're talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, You are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not.
I hate
pro-women.
this conversation.
We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know
We
what
get
the
bogged down
implications
at it
are to
every
not
time.
be that. Yep. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care.
Yeah, check
and as
your notes,
far as
Fag.
making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that
Really?
the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two
I
things
doubt
to
that.
try
You
and
ain't seen
say
Bama, boy.
I
that
think
we're
Nick
pro
Mercado would
children,
argue
but we
with
don't
that.
like this, or you guys are pro-abortion. That's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator.
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice or
That's not how the law
pro-abortion,
is.
that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong
about? That
about?
is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things that getting involved
Dude,
in, that's been misread. And it was
answer the
fact checked
question.
at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women
now
or
he's
to
saying
get involved.
fact-checking
I
is
use
not
this
good,
line on
guys.
this. Just mind your own
Cynic's
business.
right. Republicans always
Things
fall
worked
into this
best
abortion
when Roe versus
trap.
Wade was in place.
Yeah, it's
When
a trap
we do
card.
restoration of Roe.
No,
that
he's
works
saying,
best.
no, it's not that way. It doesn't say that, but mind your own business. Women can do whatever they want.
Right. Like,
So which
dude,
is it?
Yeah.
Right. Except for the
Here's-
women, the female babies.
Here's my point. Okay, the Democrats, Jim and Dave probably know this more than I do. How many times have they held all 3 branches of government since Roe v. Wade? Ballpark.
Oh,
More than one?
oh yeah.
More
Well,
than one, right?
Republicans didn't have Congress until Newt Gingrich in 92. Back since the 50s. It was like 40,
Right.
50 years, 40, 50 years of complete Democrat control over the Congress.
Go ahead with your
So-
point, Simulated.
So more than one, right? So why
Yeah.
didn't y'all codify it into fucking law over the 50 fucking years if you care about it so fucking much?
Because they couldn't get the votes.
Well, because
Because
all
they
the way up
didn't
into
want
the no,
to.
all
It's
the
a
way up into
political
the 80s
football.
and 90s, you understand? All the way up into the 80s and 90s, there was a lot of Democrats who were against abortion.
Yeah, and they've all been for it since Obama, and Obama had all 3 houses, 3 branches of government. And why didn't they codify it then? Oh, because it's a political fucking football that the Republicans fucking fall for every goddamn time.
I'm telling you, man, I would have told this motherfucker, hey, the state right issue right now. It's not out of my control. I don't tell states what to do. That's what I would have told the fucking debate. Like,
that's exactly what I would have. I'd have down the football.
Yep. This is not a federal issue anymore. I don't know what we're talking about.
But you notice they didn't fact check Tim Walz, and he's lying that it's not in the law.
Oh, it's not in his state's law that he fucking signed into law.
It is, though. It's the truth. It says.
Yeah, it's
also true that there is no restriction. He signed a bill that gives no restriction on abortion whatsoever. No restriction.
Shit.
40 weeks.
That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding
He talks
for
with his
children.
whole bottom
It doesn't
jaw.
increase us from
He's a
making sure
devil,
that once
dude.
that child's born, like
These
in
people are
Minnesota,
devils.
they get meals. They get early childhood education. They get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So you checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right.
Actually, they did, and then they had to correct it after the fact. If you remember, they had to come out and go, oh, actually, there's 13 states that have no restriction on abortion whatsoever.
Back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
It's all these fucking people like JJ just ruining it for everybody else. He just wants free abortions for himself.
America is by
Keep your legs
firearms.
closed, JJ.
Senator Vance, you oppose to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms.
That's a lie. That's been fact checked as not true.
What is the leading cause?
Senator Vance.
Car accidents.
Car accidents.
Really?
You oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no, and the details really matter here.
Good answer.
For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest
The
is
fact that he didn't say that stat you quoted is a lie pisses me off. That he doesn't know that that's bullshit. The stat that guns are the leading cause of death for children.
I didn't hear. I was gone.
That was the moderator's loaded question that they put in.
Grade. And
see what
like a lot of
elemental says
parents,
there,
we
though,
send our
Jim?
kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces.
Yes, no, they took 1-year-old and under out of the list and added 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds.
Sure
To
did.
get that number.
So in Alabama, you're still considered a minor until you're 19. So they add those stats in too. If I go check the FBI stats for gun crimes, they have the 19-year-olds in there.
I'm surprised it's not 25 because you can be on your fucking parents' health care till you're 25 under Obamacare. How gay is that? Like,
What kind of night?
first day of school, and we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff, and we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think,
Well, I don't think there is such a thing as an illegal gun.
me neither. Dude, stop making their argument, JD. This is a bad fucking argument right now, dude. I'm getting
Bring up the crime stats.
It was way more dangerous in the 70s. Fucking crime in the 70s was a fucking insanity.
Yeah, I mean, look at
New
New
York
York
was
in
having
the
like
80s and
3,000. New York
70s.
in the 70s was like 3,000 murders a year.
It was a
Yeah.
third world fucking country in some parts of New York, man.
Chicago was over 1,000 murders a year in the 70s, 1,400. There was more police shootings. Like, if you look up the stats, the number of people the police were shooting and killing was more than the amount of people dying today in crime.
Yep.
And my dad said when he was in the Navy, they pulled into port in New York, and he said you could just look at the city and just tell how disgusting it was. He didn't even get off the boat.
That's what it's like now, though. Well, ever
Or the
since
ship.
Giuliani tried to clean it up, but it didn't work. Long time.
But the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to.
I had metal detectors in my school.
Did you really?
He was in Chicago, though, dude. So,
well, I mean, I went to a school where during hunting season, we had our guns in our cars and our trucks because we would go hunting after.
Gun rack on your back window in your truck.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. I
carried a pocket knife to school every year.
I miss the days when you had a fucking gun rack in your truck and everybody had them. Like, but you don't see them anywhere anymore. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I was in Alabama not long ago. I still saw gun racks and trucks.
Ron, we took guns to school too in Chicago. You just had to hide them somewhere outside before you went through the metal detector.
Yeah,
like Corleone.
There was an actual. Remember those days, guys, when you had a actual gun club? Like you could actually go shoot at school.
Yeah.
Now it's fucking frisbee golf club. What the fuck?
I mean,
why has that changed, Dave? Why do you think that is? Like, why do you
Democrats?
Like Democrats? Okay,
Democrats.
keep going.
Because
continue.
People think an inanimate object that sits there is a deadly thing. It's only deadly until somebody makes it active.
Okay. I can actually give a better example.
No, but
why.
Britain decided guns no longer allowed. We're going to curb the fucking meaningless deaths in our great country of Great Britain.
Mm-hmm.
And they just found knives. Nobody has more gun or knife deaths in fucking Britain now because they just fucking use knives. What the fuck?
Here, let me say this. Here, listen, if let's say you had a bowl of M&Ms. All right, a bowl of M&Ms. And in this bowl of M&Ms, there was 100 M&Ms.
Yeah.
And out of those 100 M&Ms, like 13 of those were brown.
Right.
Dark brown.
Okay.
Yeah. And then also in the bowl there was things that could hurt the other, say yellow and
red,
beige,
green,
and red, and other color M&Ms. And then those 13 M&Ms, you didn't want these dangerous things around those 13 M&Ms, so you would pass a bunch of laws to prevent those things from getting around those 13 M&Ms. And then that would also affect the other M&Ms being able to protect themselves from the 13 M&Ms, because the 13 M&Ms, they had like a hole in the side of the bowl and they could smuggle those things in to hurt the other M&Ms. So that's the problem.
Right. Yeah. So that's it. So all this debating is bullshit. People know what the problem is. Like Dave, you said, people are finding people.
I said people. Knives. I said the people in that country are using knives instead of guns. If you want to kill somebody,
the British were stabbing each other in 1972 all day. Well, they weren't actually.
No, they had guns, dude. They had guns,
and they weren't shooting each other either. Why is that?
Well, it's weird if you actually look at the crime stats. Hold on, if you actually look at the crime stats
in fucking Britain in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, why the
they were blowing shit up. They were using machine guns. There was all the troubles and all that stuff. But no, I'm sorry. In the U.S., if you look at the crime stats in the U.S., all right.
Mm-hmm.
In the 50s and 60s, we had relatively low crime. But then there was this thing passed in 1968 called the Gun Control Act, which disarmed large swaths of a certain community, which made them victims of crime because people knew, hey, these people can't protect themselves. So then if we're willing to break the law and have illegal guns, we can go rob them. And then crime skyrocketed.
Yeah. No shit.
I mean, there's a direct correlation. You can see, here's when it passed. Holy fuck, look at this. 4 years later, a crime. And it just went right through the roof.
So you don't think it's an impulse control problem?
I think it is, but it's
Of course it fucking is.
I think it's an IQ problem, actually.
Yeah, well, and it's an IQ problem, which is why, like I
We could pull out a bell curve and we could show you where the problem is.
Kamala's going to win because the American populace has gotten dumber.
Well, hopefully,
this guy's the fucking governor of Minnesota. What a shit show that is.
Minnesota's the fucking worst country. Worst
30 years ago?
Country. It was 30 years ago. It was too.
Oh, it was?
The only fucking state that didn't vote for Reagan.
Well,
the
but
only state.
Because they don't. Well, I blame Prince. What do you think of that?
Look, it can't be an IQ problem because Alabama's retarded and we don't shoot each other very often.
Not that retarded. I mean, okay.
Dude, if you took out
I think it's a cultural issue in certain demographics.
All I know is if you want to kill somebody, whether you have a gun, a knife, your hands, a brick, you're going to do it.
You have a COVID shot.
Yeah, like you're just going to do it. There's nothing stopping you from killing somebody. Now, I was listening to some podcast today, and they're talking about New Zealand and how safe it is. Blah blah blah. There's no crime there, and it's very very difficult to get a gun here. Yeah, so you're all slaves to your fucking government. You have no defense against tyranny.
Well, no, you used to have guns. Used to be prevalent in New Zealand until there was that Christchurch shooting, and then the lady just said, "We're confiscating all the guns." And you know what? The people didn't say, "Go fuck yourself."
Right? They didn't fucking fight the tyranny. So that's my point. I mean, where's Justin? I think he gave up because we didn't let him on a couple nights. Too late. What would happen if Justin was here? I don't know. You might be talking about Georgia the Jungle videos he made or something. All right, let's get back to
school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer, and I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment.
Vice President's a hunter now.
But our first responsibility is for our kids.
He just said Kamala Harris is a hunter.
What he said?
She's a cock hunter. Yeah, she hunts out cock on her knees.
In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think. This is a good start to the conversation.
They're wanting fucking millions of dollars to do the research to look up stats from every state to pull them on the internet for free every month.
I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make it.
What's the difference with Finland and the United States? It's probably those 13 M&Ms.
Homogeny. Being homogenous.
Yes. There's like yeah, it's very
homogenous.
Yes, like okay, like I love my brother, man. Like there's like hey, I'm gonna ask you a question, chat, and I'm gonna ask the panel too. Do you think if they would not have desegregated schools, we'd have as much gun violence in schools?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I really don't.
I don't either.
That's all of Alabama's school shootings that we've ever had have been racial.
Exactly. Yes, that's my point. Like
you have to be retarded not to.
You got. I mean, if you
really have to be some kind of dumb,
right? Because, and it goes white on black violence, black on white violence. The same, it's or whatever it is. But like when, when schools were segregated, like people went to school and they just did their thing. They went to school and they hung out with their friends. They weren't forced to try to make friends with people that they had nothing in common with.
Yeah.
And like it or not, guys, I don't care if it is 2024. There's still a big cultural difference between how people live their lives on a daily basis.
There's more of a cultural difference now than there was when we were kids, Dave.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. We brought it up before, but when I was a kid going to school in the 90s, we didn't have this race baiting, you're this color, you're that color. Nobody cared. But when I got into college and started getting out into the workforce around 2008, that's when I started seeing things in the workforce of racial lines being drawn pretty quickly. And I'd never seen it before. Yep. And it was so foreign to me. And now it's gotten progressively worse.
I blame the LA riots and I blame the OJ trial.
And I blame Obama.
I blame Obama. He fanned that flame.
You see how many people were happy that OJ got off from killing that white girl?
I don't think OJ did it.
I don't think he did it.
Ooh, all right. That's a hot take.
I'm not saying he wasn't there, and I'm not saying he didn't have somebody, but I don't think OJ physically did it.
I don't think
break it down for you. The glove didn't fit, but besides the glove, they said, "Oh, he's got a cut on his hand." That was from the, this is where he had a cut on his hand from the knife, and he cut himself, and there was no cut in the gloves.
I remember when that trial went on. I was in 3rd grade, and my teacher would watch it in school every day. It was great.
Fatty says OJ's son did it. He was covering for him.
That's what I think. That's some of the rabbit holes I've fallen down.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, this might be a conspiracy we need to go over on Thursday nights because I'm 100% convinced that stupid motherfucker killed that chick.
I agree.
Glove didn't fit. You must have quit.
No, they tried to frame him, Dave.
Yeah.
Why? Why?
Why? I don't know. They did. Well, Furman was a racist.
Because he was an uppity black rich guy married to a white woman.
They know for a fact that all the blood, OJ's blood that they found, and the blood evidence was all planted.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
It had the the chemical that keeps it from clotting, anti-clotting agent from the virus.
Look at you two just listening to mainstream media and following the narrative. Julio and Dave.
I know. I watched the trial and I was convinced that fucker did it.
Me too.
I watched it in 3rd grade, then I watched it again a couple years ago, and it made me also go, no, I don't believe it. I don't think he did it. I think he knew. I think he knows who.
I think either his son did it.
But why would his son do it? What's his problem with
his son was crazy, wasn't he?
His son was crazy. But besides that, also there was other murders in that area. There was some shit going on
that fit the MO.
There was some Colombian shit, and supposedly the guy Goldberg or whatever his name was a banker. He was involved in drug dealing out of this bar,
out of the restaurant or whatever.
Out of the restaurant, and
just ask Tim Walsh. He was there when it happened.
Yeah, like Dave. Like they said, OJ, and they said they found like OJ's hair or something, but then it came out that they took a blanket from inside the house that OJ used to be in the house and on there and put it on the bodies. And of course, you're going to get transfer DNA. They totally contaminated the evidence, and then
Did you ever watch that show, that miniseries on Hulu or whatever, or HBO, whatever it was, with what's his name from Friends?
Yeah, Ross.
God, yeah, that's a good fucking show. That also made me go, I don't think he did it.
No, I don't think he did it. I really don't.
Yeah, I'm not trolling. I agree. I agree with Jim 100%.
I mean, if like the fact that they tried to frame him with the evidence makes me think that he didn't do it. There was no, they didn't have any physical evidence to tie him to the scene.
Well, I think they nailed him with the civil trial. I think that.
Well, I think the civil trial was horseshit though too, because.
I agree with that.
Yeah, but I do think he had some responsibility, or he's holding something back. So civilly, fine, nail him. I agree with the trial.
No. jury of your peers finds you innocent in fucking the murder trial, how can he have any liability at all in a civil trial? That's crazy.
Not
to
guilty
me.
is not
Because he didn't, because he knows who did it, and they could have went after the real murderer.
But
so he's civilly responsible because they wasted resources on him. Man, he knows, or he knew. Dude's dead now, but I think he knew. Jim may not agree with me on that 100%, but I think he knew.
I think he could have been there. He might have saw it, but I don't think he did it.
Yeah, I can agree with Jim on that.
He would have been drenched in blood.
Yeah.
My original
and that white Bronco would have been fucked
the same day, dude.
What?
Like it's not like they went
They
after
had
him.
all his clothes that he wore, his socks and everything. He would have been
his sock was a
blood.
major piece of evidence, and it was soaked in blood. There would have been blood all in the Bronco. They didn't find blood in that Bronco.
Right, Scorpion.
That wasn't his Bronco. That was out of town.
But he was in it though.
That was like days later though. That's when
If he was covered in blood, there would still be.
No, it was like the next day. It was the next day.
Yeah, that was the very next day.
It was the same. Like it was within hours. They were at his house.
Yeah, but he wouldn't take a shower. I mean, what the fuck? Like, why would he still be covered in blood?
They would have found blood. You don't understand. Like
in the
blood
shower.
stuff like that. They would have found it in the drains. They would have found it in the sink. They would have found it all over the place. They found nothing. The only blood they found was what they took out of the vials when they drew blood from him and blood from her from the scene. That's all they found was blood that was all contaminated with anticoagulant.
I never knew this mythological flat Earth nonsense you guys are.
And his
talking
blood
about.
that they supposedly found different places there, like same thing.
The point I was trying to make when we were talking about race relations degrading was that what annoyed me back then is following the case at the time, it seemed clear to. What's up, Dave?
I'm laughing. My socks are full of DNA, says Captain. So you're okay. The race baiting. Go ahead.
No, look, when I was watching the trial at the time, everybody was watching it, or at least somewhat paying attention to it, and most people were like, "Yay, looks like he did it." How happy a certain segment of people were that he got off is what rubbed me the wrong. That's what I was talking about. It's like the Bill Cosby thing.
Yeah, it's been used as a cudgel. You're right. Yeah.
Yay, Bill,
I think Bill Cosby is innocent too.
Okay.
I
no, actually, I don't disagree with you there, Jim.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree.
The Bill Cosby thing is fucking horse shit.
Why wouldn't he drug him with pudding pop?
I think Harvey Weinstein is probably innocent of any actual crime.
All right.
These were fucking.
These are women who did what they wanted to do because they wanted a part in the thing, and they did the job, and they got their part, so they could go fuck themselves.
I agree with that, but I'm not going to defend the banker.
A lot of those women were millionaires. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about? So, now Julio,
I think Hillary Clinton's a murderer.
Well, we're full of hot takes
in
tonight.
Minecraft. We can't say that online.
Like a Hot Take Tuesday.
Let's get back to this before I get a stroke.
It's a difference.
But
it's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense.
Why?
Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger.
Yeah, Kamala Harris, as Attorney General, tried to outlaw handguns in California.
She also tried to fucking prosecute Michael Jackson. She put a lot of people in jail to go work for free.
That's true. That's
doing shit. She is
taking your guns, but I ask,
like Biden.
All of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go when we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills? They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix.
Man.
These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Shit, Tim. It doesn't.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay.
Don't apologize if you.
It is awful. I appreciate what Tim said actually about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly weird
Finland
differences
has
between
machine
our own
guns.
country's gun violence
Here we go.
problem and Finland is, okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression,
And
way
he's
higher
going to
rates of
pivot
anxiety.
back to the border.
We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root
should
causes
stay-
of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take
shut
gun
the
offenders
fuck up
off the
with this
streets.
stuff,
I think there's
too.
a whole host
They're
of things that
already
we can do
empowered.
here, but
They
I
have
do
the
think
Jesus
right.
Christ,
we've
are
got to
they?
talk about more security.
Holy fuck,
Senator,
dude.
thank you. Governor, you previously opposed
They
an
can't
assault
get any
weapons
more
ban, but it's
empowered
only
unless
later
they're
in your
legally
political
allowed to
career
just
did you change your
ask
position?
for
Why?
me.
Yeah, I sat in that
No
office with
shit.
those San Diego parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen
Hey,
it. Look,
Katie.
the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They
He's
used to
become friends with school
Wait,
shooters.
what? Yeah, that's what I heard, Jim. What the
Yeah.
fuck was that?
Clip that, Katie.
Roll that back.
All right, pull it back.
That's
Hold
why
on.
they're
Everyone, be quiet.
posting
Let me
his
see.
picture
Wait a
on
minute.
Twitter.
Wait a minute. Let's see. Maybe we heard it wrong.
You've
No,
got to.
No,
In
you
your
did.
political career, did you change your position? Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those San Diego parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time.
I'm
They
gonna
used to
send you
teach gun
something,
safety.
Dave.
I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And
Why?
several
Why?
things I want to mention on
Dude.
this is
What?
talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most
I saw
firearm
this just
deaths
a-
happen in
just a little
Minnesota
while
are
ago.
rural suicides.
It's in your DMs.
And we have an
I was wondering where it
epidemic
came from.
of children getting guns and
Wait a
shooting
minute.
themselves.
Wait a minute, Jim.
And
Jim,
so
pause it, Jim.
So
The
he
highest-
says there's more rural suicides in Minnesota than gun deaths in Minneapolis.
Yeah, there's nowhere to run anymore. People can't take it anymore.
Do you understand that has so many different levels of shit to go through? Watts that you have no clue. Like these kids, if it ain't a gun, it's hanging or it's cutting
Pills,
themselves.
or it's razors, or it's
But you know what you might want to do, dude, is maybe turn the fucking internet off on these kids. You want to really change their lives? Get their asses off social media till they're at least 18. Because if you're not 18, you can't handle this fucking world, dude.
Nope.
At a
I
minimum.
mean, how do you think a school shooting would go down if everybody had guns at school to go hunting after school and someone tried to do something? Wouldn't the shooting
Dude,
wouldn't last very long,
no.
would it?
No,
If those kids came to
especially-
my school,
dude,
Derek.
the first shot goes off, 20 kids are running to the parking lot to
Yeah.
get their fucking gun, and they're taking that motherfucker out.
Yep.
The cops aren't even there yet before that motherfucker's dead.
Dave,
That's
you're
the
out of your
thing,
mind.
like,
You know what kids
I'm
would do
pretty-
nowadays? They'd
Pretty
hold their phone up
sure
and
that
record
the
it.
school shootings started after they started where no guns on school. It's the gun-free zones that make it a free kill zone. That's all it is.
That's like saying free hamburgers on Friday.
And then why didn't we have any hamburgers on Friday? They're all gone. Well, because we gave them away for free.
Yeah, we gave them away for free. You know, like what was it? Bubba Gump or one of those fucking places go free shrimp tomorrow. They never say the day. Like it's never the day you're there, right? Because they don't want to actually give away the free shrimp. They just want you to think it's a thing.
The
But
sad
dude,
thing is to compete with idiots, you have to think like an idiot. And you do that for a while.
well, the thing
He's
is,
coming.
JD Vance is actually trying to accommodate this argument when there's no argument.
There's no accommodation. This is bullshit. Everything is, he can finish this debate. I could do this debate in 5 minutes.
The Second Amendment shall not be infringed. Bottom line, I don't give a fuck how many crazy people there are out there. I will say one thing, Jim. In a state where you can open carry or even conceal carry, you're less likely to get mugged because they don't fucking know if you're packing heat, dude.
yeah,
Legally.
we have constitutional
I
carry in
remember.
Alabama.
I remember when this whole concealed carry push started in the late '90s in Indiana. Gary, Indiana, was brutal with carjackings.
Yes.
They passed concealed carry in Indiana. It fucking stopped.
It ended
immediately.
Dude. Yes. Of course. I mean, it's a fucking thing. Like,
But aren't we trying to get away from having to do that?
there should be no.
You have to carry a gun to drive your car.
There should be no concealed carry limitations There should be no limitations on your right to bear arms whatsoever, Julio. So
Agree.
if the
Come to
bag,
Alabama. We don't even have to register anymore.
I think people should be able to own tanks if they want. They
You can.
give
That's
me
the
an
fucked up part, Julio. You
Yeah.
can own a tank. You can own a cannon, and you don't have to register.
So like in Illinois, I go to the gun store and I'm looking at the gun. I'd like that fucking piece right there. He goes, yeah, come back in 2 days.
Yeah.
What?
So you can background check you.
No. The background check's already done, but you have to have a
Oh,
48-hour cool-off
You
period.
have to have a FOID
y'all
card.
have
In Illinois, they have a FOID card. You have to have the card before you can even possess a
You
gun.
have to have a
or own a
FOID
gun.
card to even hold the gun at the fucking store.
Or buy ammo or anything. But here's the thing about a FOID card. When you go into the store, all they do is check. If you got in trouble or did something, they revoke your FOID card.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as they run it, they know you're not. If you have a good FOID card, you've already been through the whole background check, fingerprinted, and all that shit.
By the fucking
So-
Mercedes
Yeah,
and
so they know. Yeah, so they know. So it's bullshit that they have a waiting period
Yeah.
in Illinois.
It's
Complete
a
bullshit.
it's a cool-off period because I guess every time you want to buy a gun, your intention is to go kill somebody.
That's what
your
doesn't make
intent.
sense too. Why is there a cool-off period with every gun you purchase? Wouldn't it just be your first gun to make sure you're not? Because if you already have a gun and they know you have a gun, why the fuck would you need a cool-off period?
So I allegedly buy all my guns out of state because I don't want the state of Illinois to know I own any guns. Fuck these motherfuckers.
I just buy mine from black kids in Mobile.
You even need a fucking FOID card for the pellet gun?
There's a lot of pellet guns you can't get in Illinois anymore.
Dude,
if they have like over, I think it's
Illinois
like
sucks.
600 feet per second or something like that, you can't get it.
Dude,
Right.
you know what's crazy? I bought a kick-ass pellet gun at a yard sale. Like I'm sure it's FOID card like required. I paid like $75 for this fucking gun. I can kill
A
anything.
10-day period in California?
Yeah, I think that's going to get tossed though.
Jesus.
They should all be tossed.
They should. There shouldn't be any gun laws. It
Imagine-
all started with the
What am I-
NFA in 1934. That needs to go.
Yes.
Jim, do
And
you
then
think
the-
modern day voters understand that?
No, most modern day
No.
voters don't. Most cops, most people don't know. They're like, oh, that's illegal. This is illegal. No, there's nothing. Even the first time any gun was made illegal was 1986.
My
That's
point
when-
is most people
That was
don't.
the first time any gun was made illegal in the United States.
Most people, including myself, several occasions, don't know what you know, and most people are unable to understand it.
Right.
But
They're
see,
the
most
ones-
people go, oh, well, you don't need it. What's the big deal? No.
But I
Once you
want it.
give them anything, they keep taking. That's the thing. It started with you can't mail order hand grenades to your house anymore in 1934. No more machine guns. Pay this tax to get a machine gun. You got to be rich. A $200 tax in 1934 to get a machine gun. That's where it started. And then in 1968, it's like, well, if you were convicted of any felony, anything that you could be in jail for over a year, now you just lost your guns for the rest of your life. It's like, wait, what? You can no longer defend yourself because that was their plan is more people they take the right away from, that's less people fighting for the right. Because it's like, well, I don't, most 62% of adult African-American males don't have the right to own a gun. That's racist.
That's criminal as fuck too. Like they don't have the right to defend their life.
Nope, or their families. And so guess
Exactly.
what? Most of them, they don't understand. That was why it was like,
Why don't they?
in a lot, because they
Because
don't
they-
understand.
Well, they don't
What's that
have
though?
the right because they've been incarcerated. And once
Yeah.
you're incarcerated in America, you can't own a gun ever again. After you
Why were they
serve your
incarcerated?
time,
For what?
It doesn't for anything. It doesn't matter. If you spend more than one, if you get sentenced to more than 1 year in jail, no matter what the crime is, you lost your gun rights.
gun rights gone.
They are fucking owning Tim Waltz on Twitter. They're screenshotting him in Columbine.
South of the
That's
border, Canada
unfortunate.
says we have a 20+ tax on any firearm product. What state are you in? California?
Yeah, that's going to get shot down too. You can't do it. They were trying to put a 1.5% tax on like paper or ink 50 years ago, and the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. You can't put a tax. You cannot have a tax on a right.
Hey, I'm going to say this about
I agree with that, Scorpion.
You serve your time. You served your
I agree.
fucking time in all capacity.
If you're too dangerous to have a gun, you should not be in public.
Exactly right. It's, dude, like, like, I don't hate Gary. I just don't listen to his nonsense anymore. He served his time. He's 54 years old. The motherfucker has the right to own a gun. Like, he has the fucking right.
Sure.
It's goddamn stupid.
He might have the right in Texas to own a gun.
No, he's got to still go through some crazy process, dude.
No, Texas has like an automatic thing.
No.
It doesn't. You can have it in your house. They got weird stuff. It doesn't. Texas has got some.
His wife's name.
His wife is like
all
Keith
guns.
Gordon-Liddy. Yeah.
He makes a joke about it like all the time. They're
That's
all
an old Keith Gordon-Liddy thing on his radio show. You go, well, I can't own a gun, but Mrs.
Right.
Liddy can.
The new California tax is an additional 11% excise on the purchase of guns and ammunition sold in the state beginning July 1. This tax is on top of the existing federal tax of 10 to. That's illegal. This is not the norm. This will be shot down by the fucking Supreme Court. This is why people can bitch about Trump's appointments. Guess what? You got to defend the norms of America. And these people are trying to change our foundation as a country.
Agreed.
It's terrible.
Yep.
If God, they're lighting.
It sucks, man.
School shooters for Harris.
Bro, I'm telling you, they're lighting his ass up on Twitter right now.
Frog Tony?
No, Tim Waltz.
Oh, I thought you said Frog Tony.
No, why would I say Frog Tony?
It sounded like you said that, dude. I'm gonna rewind it.
Rewind it.
SoCal. Oh man, dude.
I fucking heart Camelot's fucking post. Didn't he try to charge you money for him to subscribe to your channel?
Jim's a simp. He loves
right
that
here from the
shirtless
Minnesota
snake
Patch.
thing.
Look. Tim Walz repealed Minnesota law protecting babies born after failed abortions. 5 babies died in Minnesota after they were born alive due to a fail-induced abortion in 2021.
Yeah,
So see,
killing-
he's a fucking liar.
Killing babies is a weird hill to die on.
It is. You know, I don't, and dude, and I am not a like, oh, no abortions. Like, I don't,
I'm with you.
I don't think the government really should be doing anything until it's protecting the life. But man, once it's a fucking baby and it's got fingers and toes and eyes and you know, that's a baby. Fuck off.
I'm annoyed that people are so excited about it.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. Yay.
Like I said before on this
Happy
show,
babies.
when my daughter got pregnant, his girlfriend or her boyfriend's mother said, "Hey, let's go to Planned Parenthood and talk to them." And then she told me and my wife that she was pregnant, and that's what she said. Oh, you know, his mom wants to take us to Planned Parenthood so we can talk to them. I said, "You're never walking into a Planned Parenthood.
It's good.
You're not aborting this child. What do you mean?" That's all they are. They're an abortion place. They're promoting.
If you have a grandchild, can you imagine not?
No, dude.
I mean, when you get older and you have kids, this situation gets a little more.
She's like, but that's not what they do. I go, Caitlin, you have no idea. Like, these people are fucking paid to kill your baby. That's what they're paid to do. She goes, really? I go, yeah. And she never went. And I've got this great little grandson that we hang out probably 6 nights a week down in my basement till I start my live streams. So, you know, she has a great son, and it's fuck, dude. But that's the first thing that the white trash mama said to my daughter. Let's go see Planned Parenthood. Fucking cunt. Women love killing their own children. It's fucking gross, Ray.
Ray, it's weird. It's weird.
It ain't birth control. Keep your legs closed if you'd want birth control. If you get
dude, especially Dave now with the whole morning after pill and the other stuff, if you make a mistake, your stuff you could do before it's just then it is a glob of cells.
Yeah.
You know? So because you know what? That's been around since going back hundreds, probably thousands of years, that they had stuff like a tea, they call it like moon tea or different stuff that they would drink and it would cause them to miscarry or whatever. Yeah. You know what?
If the guy shoots his wad in you, you take the pill just to make sure and you move on with your day. Yeah. Now, if you take that pill, Jim, and you still get pregnant, you might want to think about your decision. Like, holy fuck, maybe this is meant to be.
You might want to.
I just always do the pull and pray method. So
There you go.
God loves me.
Yeah. until she's so hot you can't control yourself, stimulated.
There ain't no girl on the face of this planet that's that hot.
Right.
I'm a man, not a mouse.
Okay.
Okay. You
We
just
have,
to
and
right
we should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental
They're
health
always
issue
close, buddy.
doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat.
Oh, so wait, now he just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent, but he passed a red flag law that anybody that has a mental health issue, they immediately go and take their guns. So isn't that stigmatizing it?
If your neighbor thinks you have a problem, they can fucking have your gun rights taken away because your neighbor says it. Yeah.
Samba, I've never had to take Viagra in my life.
Never, dude. I'm older than Jim. Trust me, guys. That's not a thing.
If it comes down to that, you know what? Maybe it just
ain't
wasn't
worth
meant to
it.
be.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And there are
Oh.
things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret.
If you're talking about taking guns from anybody, it's not protecting the Second Amendment at all.
How are you gonna protect your children from those bus drivers that fucking drive their bus off a bridge in icy conditions?
Well, protect your children until you want to kill them.
How are you going to protect your kids from the Democrat teachers that try to indoctrinate them and turn them into transes?
How are you going to protect your children from the M&Ms?
Yeah, from the M&Ms. Yeah.
Like, how are you going to protect this, dude? You can't protect this stuff. This is what we call living our life, man. Like, life is very random. I've since a very young person, I think that life is all about timing. Like, 2 seconds can change your entire path in your life, Julio. Like, if I would have walked into that bar 2 seconds later, the night I met my wife, I might have never met her. You understand? That's how fine timing is for us as people. Like, it has to be specific timing for shit to be right. And kids die every day. And it's not always nefarious. They do dumb shit. I should be dead, Jim. I did a lot of dumb shit as a kid and got hurt a lot. It never told my parents about it. Shit. I mean,
I got read my last rites once in a hospital.
Jim, I was 6 years old living in Adak, Alaska, and the pipeline comes through Adak, Alaska. Me and my buddy Jimmy, we walked out into the Antarctic Ocean on the pipeline. It's on a big concrete fucking base, and the pipeline's above ground. We walk out as far as we could till it goes under the ocean, and my 6-year-old ass jumped in the fucking water, dude. In the Antarctic Ocean.
I was Jimmy. We didn't survive.
No.
This is all a dream.
My buddy pulled me out, and we went back to Jimmy's house. I was freezing my ass off. And back in those days, we had garages in our government housing, and his dad was cool enough to put some plywood up, so he had like a little fort in the fucking garage. And we go up in the fort, and I take off all my clothes. And his mother
Wait a minute, stop. I don't want to hear the story about you taking off all your clothes in the fort.
I walked away for a minute.
No, it's not gay. It's not gay. I took off all my clothes to get warm.
This sounds like the start of Brokeback Alaska.
Nope. His mother came out into the garage, and she says, "What the fuck are you guys doing?" And Jimmy says, "Well, Dave got wet at the beach." And she says, "All right, you stupid assholes, get your ass in the house. Dave, here's a blanket. I'm going to dry your clothes." And you know what she never did? She never called my parents. She was that cool. Like that cool. Like she could have called my mom and dad back in the 70s, dude, and really fucking had me, fucked up. But did a lot of stupid shit growing up, jumping off of crazy shit and getting hurt and all that stuff. Dave pulled out of his buddy Jimmy. The fuck? No, I didn't pull out. God damn it.
Yeah, Dave, pull out, buddy.
I think I have a video
in the Aleutian Islands. Like, we used to see Russian subs all the time when we go to the beach. We could see Russian.
I have a video actually of her warming your sausage, Dave.
Oh no! Don't play this, bitch.
The Cloris Leachman.
I just got struck.
We didn't get struck for this last time.
I know. What movie is this from?
Beer Fest.
Beer Fest, yeah. I like my legs open, though. I'm a vajayjay. All right, let's get back to this fucking retard talk.
Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz.
Maybe it's the 20 million people they let come into the country in the past 3 years. Maybe that contributes to the housing crisis. Maybe.
What'd you say, Dave?
Isn't that a lie? There's a shortage of 4 million houses in America. I mean,
no, there's not a shortage.
There's no shortage of houses.
There's none.
No.
So this is all fake.
We can't sell all the houses that are built right now, not that are newly built, right?
Yeah, you probably
That's not counting.
You probably sell more houses that people lived in before than the actual new subdivision shit, right? Like,
yeah,
because,
I do work. I do side work with a buddy, with a company. We do punch lists for this multi-million-dollar company, just going through and like patchwork on drywall and stuff.
Sure.
And they have been building all through COVID, all up to now. They're still building, and not all their houses have sold yet. And
I saw
they're all over the place.
I saw a lot of builders in Illinois go bankrupt during COVID.
Yeah,
they had built all these subdivisions, and none of the houses were selling. And
but these houses, they're making their nut. You know what I mean? Like, they're selling enough to keep moving forward from project to project to project.
But people are leaving my state for yours. Nobody's moving to Illinois for the betterment of their life, right? So
yeah,
these fucking assholes. I mean, there's plenty of people that have gone bankrupt as builders in Illinois in the last 3 or 4 years just because they buy this land, they start building houses, they put a $550,000 price tag on a house, Julio, that's 2,000 square feet in the middle of a cornfield that's been converted to a subdivision. So that's what always pissed me off, Stimulated, because I'm, from the South, and a $300,000 or $400,000 house. You're living in the Ozarks. You got a beautiful view. You can look out at it's awesome. You come to Illinois, $500,000, and you're living in a cornfield with a neighbor that I could hand a cup of coffee to out my window in the shower if he's taking a shower. Like, it's that fucking retarded. And it's not even Chicago. It's Plainfield, Illinois. Imagine you live in a town called Plainfield. How fucking boring does that sound? Like, I live in Plainfield.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah. In that same subdivision, those $500,000 houses, Julio, more than half of the houses in that entire subdivision were HUD homes. So
fucking shit.
People were paying $100 a month in rent because the government was guaranteeing the builder $1,100 a month in fucking rent. That's how fucking sick it is, dude. It's sick. But we have to pay the real price because we don't qualify for HUD. We're the fuckers, right? We're the fucking assholes who want to actually go out and make a living and not depend on Obama phones, for whatever. It's fucking crazy. It's full of
there's not a housing shortage. There's affordable housing. There's an affordable housing shortage. People just can't afford the interest rates plus the high mortgage. One of them has to break.
Yeah, so
you
the
cannot.
Interest rates, if Trump gets reelected, the interest rates will go down overnight. I think they will. Or the price, or he'll crash the housing economy for a year just to say, guys, we got to sell these houses.
That's a good question, actually, Dave. If Trump gets elected, is the cost of everything going to go down all of a sudden back to what it was?
6 months. You'll start seeing
Think
things.
so?
You'll start seeing, you'll start
Yeah.
seeing a little pressure relief within 6 months. They're
Dude,
already trying to.
This new normal ain't normal, dude. We can't pay fucking $8 for a bag of popcorn at fucking Gordon's food service.
Well, why do you think Trump getting elected will, like, just him being president is going to?
No, it's his economic plan. It's going to that. So the stock market's going to see Trump as a future spike. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Excuse me, positive. Yes.
One of them.
Yeah, and which is going to make people start investing more. It's going to make the stock market go through the roof. Prices will start coming down. If interest rates come down, see, the biggest problem with real estate, like I said, is you've got both of them, high prices and high interest.
And
like
a
when
lot
our
of
parents,
inventory, a lot of inventory. That's the other thing. Like
too much inventory.
Too much inventory. So there's not a lot of pressure
on
a buyer to buy this house, because guess what? When Trump was president, that fucking house was up today, gone tomorrow.
So our average turnover when just 6 months ago, right, was within a week. We had an offer that was set to close, right? So our inventory was turning over, I think it was an average of 4 days where we had an accepted offer. It's now sitting for 3 weeks to a month, some of them even 2 months now. We've got so much inventory in my office right now of homes that are just sitting there.
Yeah, and the sellers don't want to lower the price.
Nope, because Joe Bob sold for 4, I can get 4.
Right. And
why are people voting for Kamala if you assume that?
I can answer that. I've raised my hand in class. They're retarded.
Because
they think, all right, this is what it is. Kamala is appealing to feelings, and people are going to vote feelings because your mama pats you on the ass and tells you good game. Your dad tells you sucked, when you went out for that fucking line drive, or you went out there to catch that pass. You should have done this, or you should have done that. Trump appeals to logic. Kamala appeals to feelings, and everybody always wants to listen to mama pat him on the head.
I'm going to tell you something, man. It's
perfect. I agree.
I honestly don't think Kamala appeals to anybody.
No, I'm saying, but her platform is feelings.
Let me finish.
Okay.
And Julio is convinced he's going to win, and he could be right. I mean,
the internal polling that the Kamala team, the Democrats' internal polling has her getting shellacked.
Okay, but
they sent out an email with their internal polling on it, telling people what it was, and it's bad. She's down 5 points in fucking Arizona. She's down 3 points in Michigan. She's down 2 points in Pennsylvania. Like, she cannot win without Pennsylvania.
I'm gonna tell you,
there's no way.
The problem is, though, like with these people you're asking about, Julio, is they're actually voting for what they think is the right, like Republicans, right? We like a lot of Republicans just vote red because it's a red guy, right? Like, I'm going to vote for the red guy. Okay, whatever. But like it or not, dude, the second term of Clinton, a lot of Americans got rich too, because he worked with Newt Gingrich because he was forced to what that America Better plan or whatever. And the economy saw a great fucking growth, and it actually made Clinton's presidency actually something memorable. Like, there was a very good economy going on there.
Boom.
Yeah. But not even that, though. Just the fact that Clinton came out with a fucking balanced budget. Imagine 2024, somebody comes out with a budget that we don't spend more than we take in. That would be amazing. But they're so used now that we're talking 30 fucking years later to just printing money. Like they think that money is nothing. And I guess it isn't. I've got money in my house. I guess it's fucking something I should use to start my fireplace because the government doesn't think it's worth anything. No, it wasn't. I said it was Gingrich that came out with this shit. But Clinton
is called the Contract with America.
Contract with America, and because Gingrich got the House back, right? Like it was his. So he had to work with Gingrich to get other stuff passed. But contract, yeah. That's why Clinton got reelected. Yeah. But dude, I was in Little Rock, Arkansas, the day that Clinton announced his run for candidacy for president. Me and my dad worked together. We went outside for lunch. We worked right next to the state capitol building. And there's a big crowd over there. Me and my dad went over there, and there's Clinton on the stage announcing his run for the presidency, Julio.
Mm-hmm.
The speech got done, and I looked at my dad and I said, he'll never get elected. He can't even fucking like finish a complete sentence. He sounds like an idiot. And my dad goes, yeah, he sounds bad. 9 months later, dun, 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 dun. There's Bill Clinton as our president. Holy shit. But I got to see his speech that day. And he was, again, a very young man, too. Think about it. Like, he was in his 40s.
He was charismatic, I think.
Well, he did all the right things. He enjoyed.
He appealed to younger and older.
He appealed to what's that? Rock the Vote and all that stuff on MTV.
Yeah.
Played his saxophone on
SNL.
Also, the other black guy's late night show.
Arsenio Hall.
Arsenio, yeah. When Arsenio was hot. Slick Willie.
Yeah, Slick Willie. Right.
That's exactly right. Said money for nothing and your chicks for free. I love that song by Dire Straits. Dire Straits is another underrated band too, Julio. They got some good songs.
Yeah.
Before that,
they're like Steely Dan at home.
You don't like Steely Dan?
No, I do like. Well, they're okay, but they're very good musicians.
He was making a joke.
Do you like the Carpenters?
Kinda. They have some good songs. They wrote some good songs.
Yeah,
to be honest with you, good pop songs. I don't have a problem with them.
I lived in Chula
Superstar's
Vista.
a great song.
I lived in Chula Vista, California, and we could go to the library. And at the library, they had cassette players, and you could like get music.
Yep.
And I used to get the Carpenters tape all the time and just play that fucking tape over and over again every time I went to the library.
Karen Carpenter, underrated drummer, by the way. She was really good. Like
she
legit,
played the drums?
good drummer. Yeah.
Oh, and she sang.
Yep. Beautiful voice, too.
Oh, great voice.
Easy. It's like yacht rock, but
didn't she die like in some weird way?
She got anorexia or something, right?
Yeah.
Didn't she?
I don't know.
What song is only good because Sting is on it? Sting's never made a song better.
Scorpion is, well, the riff is good, too. I will give Mark Knopfler that. The riff for Money for Nothing is a pretty...
Oh, yeah. The riff is great. The riff is great.
But I hear shit like Walk of Life, that other song. God, what a shit song that was.
What?
I love the Walk of Life, dude.
Walk of Life.
Yes, it the Walk of Life.
Awful.
People told me that I go to places and I can sing a song about these races. Some are better, some are worse. Don't get caught or they'll... Never mind.
We're trying to move away from the M&Ms. Oh.
Yeah. Stay away from the brown ones. They'll steal your bike.
In South Africa, that's a walk of life. Sultans of Swing was good. Brothers in Arms, yeah.
All right. Sultans of Swing's all right.
The only good thing Sting done in Dune 1984, Fight Me. Like,
all I see is an Atreides I want to kill. Sting was fucking awesome in Dune 1984.
Really?
Yeah, he was great.
I'm striking the stream for Jim singing.
Sorry.
I'm going to too. I'm going to strike my own channel. Walk of Life sucks. As Red Scorpion.
I'm going to private the stream.
Good.
Ready?
Yes.
Ready?
Yes.
He's going to tell us soon how the First Amendment means you can't Yeah, he's going to tell us the First Amendment's
The
bad.
Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this. This issue of
It is
housing,
handing
and I
out.
think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family.
Jim?
We need to
Can you
make
pause
it.
real quick? So I'm going to bet you that Tim Waltz has more than one abode, but I'm sure one is a log cabin, one is something else.
Well,
He's
no,
not-
see, one's a cabin, one's a cottage.
Yes.
You know,
It's
one's
not
a condo. It's not really a
It's not
house.
a house.
No.
Got a condo in China.
Well, then I've got all kinds of houses because I've got like several trailers.
They're all floating into North Carolina right now. But
No,
I guess if it's got wheels on it, it's not a house.
dude,
it is if it's affixed to a concrete slab by straps.
this is the shit that
The
young
wheels
people
on him.
think is it. And you know what, guys? We were all taught from a very young age, if you buy a house at a young age, you've got a commodity. It's gonna grow in value over time. Just over
It's an
time,
asset.
that's an asset that you. Now, this guy's actually telling us, don't think of your home as a fucking. This is communist talk, dude. This is communism. He's a fucking commie.
The land is a commodity.
This is what I tell people.
With Matt Barr. Just go on Matt Barr. You're both commies. Go ahead.
I tell people all the time though in my business that are like they can't afford like a really great house, but they can afford a nice house. And then
A house is a house, dude. You make it.
well,
what it
that's
is.
what I tell them is, look, things are going to always get better. I think you should buy young. I don't want you to be house poor, but I also want you to realize that your home is an asset and it's also your castle. Make it a place to where you want to go to, right? You don't have to go out to bars and all
No.
this other stuff, and you save your money. Make your home where you want to enjoy your time
Build
and
your-
invite friends and family over. And now you've got an asset that you enjoy being at, and you can save money and you can grow even more.
and that asset leads you to the next step in your life. Oh,
There you go.
we're having kids. Let's go from the 1,200-foot house to the 2,000 square foot house with a couple extra bedrooms.
Yeah.
And we can afford it now because we've made some money on
Yeah.
our asset.
Hey, guys, y'all got a single wide? Let me sell you a double wide, you know?
Do you sell? You don't actually sell trailers, right?
Well, if it's on
No, he
land,
sells trillers.
trailers. If it's on land, yeah, but
But
I
you're
don't
not
sell.
selling the trailer. You're selling the land. The trailer is just a piece of the property, right? You're not saying,
It
boy,
depends on the way the
great
property's
single
set
wide.
up, but yeah,
Like,
yeah, it depends on the way the
there are
property's
some beautiful double wides out there, right? They
if
actually
it's affixed to the property, it's considered real property in the state of Alabama. So if you haul a double wide in and you remove the wheels out from under and you affix it to a slab, it's considered real property now.
Well, it should be. I think
Yeah.
it should be. I love my house too, Too White. I love it. I love it because it's mine. I got to pay I know, hey, when you're a renter, the fucking landlord's in charge of all that shit. But you know what? I would rather be in charge of it myself. But I was not a homeowner until I was in my 50s, guys. I mean, it took me a long time to buy a house because I just moved so much.
Yeah, I bought my first house at 21.
And I would love my kids to be able to do that, but they're so expensive now.
But I bought it when the housing market was crashing. So I got it. I got a badass deal on it.
And I've got like 3.5 acres I live on, and I told my kids that, hey, you want to take an acre to put a house on? Go ahead. I'll sell you that fucking acre for $1,000, and you guys can build a house. It'd be great. They're here. They're close to me, right? I mean, just another address on the property. I bet look at these yuppies. I bet their house doesn't have wheels, says Chris Bacon.
Pieces of shit.
Yeah, but I hate this argument, Jim, about this your real estate shouldn't be considered a commodity. It is, motherfucker. This is what we invest our life into, is having a homestead. We want to have a homestead.
Everybody that I know,
I really think they should go back and open up some of the federal land and let people homestead the federal land. That's the way to solve this problem.
There are way too many federal acreages in this country.
Dude, like 96% of the state of Nevada is owned by the federal government.
I know. There's only a strip across the interstate that's not owned by the federal government. The whole entire state, besides that, is owned by the feds. It's fucking gross. Go ahead, Jim. I'll be right back.
Okay.
More affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the vice president is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position,
lower
the
interest
promise is
rates.
to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan?
Didn't she just say seize federal land and build houses on it? I swear she just said that. Where are you going to build them? On the federal fucking land.
Provide immediate
Just
relief.
give me 20 acres somewhere in Montana.
Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is think about it. If a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build a house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer where? Yeah.
Can I have it?
We'll get to you in a moment. But Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in.
Of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. Look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think.
What?
They took the video down?
Sure as fuck did.
What?
It's the fucking presidential debate. How would they take the fucking debate down?
Because he
Maybe
looked like shit.
Refresh their page, and it might be posted as a actual listing on their page.
No, video
It
unavailable.
would just go. It would go automatically.
Hold on.
Because he's eating shit on Twitter right now.
Let me see. I guess we'll have to do this. Hold on. I'll have to
Yeah,
watch
Tim
somebody
Walz
else. I'll have to go to someone's stream that watched it.
Oh, I don't want to hear Good Logic's takes. He's a banker.
I'll fast forward through him.
This banker don't know shit.
He sits in his wife's
But I
closet.
unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics.
I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because
We were way
the
past
vice
this, I
president's
think.
not responsible.
We didn't hear about
I'd like
fireproof.
for you to clarify.
Yeah, we came
there
in
are
late
many
there.
contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants
Okay.
are part of
Supply and
this
demand?
problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve
Shut
study
up.
that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really
fucking
drills down
simple
on the
take.
connection between
Supply and
increased
demand. No
levels
shit,
of
Good
migration,
Logic.
especially
Good
illegal
logic.
immigration and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country
Spend
of
all day
explorers.
talking about houses.
But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it
No
harder
one
to
wants to
build
build
things, and wants to throw people
They don't
in
need houses.
jail for not doing everything
What's
exactly
regulatory?
as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes
does
who aren't
Joe
able to build homes. I
have
actually agree with Tim
100,000
Walz. We
subs?
should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity.
Nick
But the thing
Recato.
that has most turned housing into a commodity
He
is
used to go on
giving
a
it
show
away to
and
millions
kind of
upon millions of
co-host
people.
for.
I know. I'm just saying.
Joe is actually
A nice guy.
a nice guy.
He's a good lawyer.
He's a good lawyer. He's
He's a,
He's a
I
retired.
don't like.
lawyer,
I don't like the size.
no, he
hat
still
wears.
practices in New York. No, he's
he
but
doesn't.
he's also he still practices in New York.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He
Ooh,
does
uncles are
like
fighting
foreclosures and stuff like that. He was one of those guys that was like a debt collector. Lawyer.
He was a debt. Yeah, a
bought-
banker. We
I
knew
think he
that.
owns a debt collecting company or
Of
two,
course.
doesn't he, Jim?
I don't know.
This is
but-
good.
no, he's
think
a
I
good guy. Plus, he's completely MAGA, so that's why he's got 100,000 followers.
Furby Slayer. I love the name.
People who have no legal right to be here.
He does
What are the
collection.
federal
Yes, he
regulations?
does.
I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because
Eat
There's
shit.
no fucking house that is fireproof, cocksucker.
Eat
No.
fucking
Yeah.
shit.
Eat shit, dog shit eater. Because
I'll tell you what, the house I sold my parents, they almost didn't get into it because they used their VA. And you want to know what almost killed the deal?
some fucking inspection and
The
electricity.
fucking the stairwell rail going upstairs on the way down didn't have a 90-degree turn into the wall. It was an open-ended stairwell. So as you're holding it, you go up. It didn't have a turn at the very top. And I asked him, I said, you're going to kill this deal over something that I can come in and do for $5. I said, why? And the VA said, well, we're not going to approve the loan and the deal's going to be done with because your dad's older and he could go down with his house coat on and it could get caught if there's not a 90-degree turn right there. And then now we're paying VA medical bills.
A 90-degree turn into what? A doorway?
Just into the wall, just at the top of the rail, right? The handrail, right? Instead of just going straight at the very end, they wanted a 90-degree end piece on it that turned straight into the wall.
So it's an insurance thing, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Who's in
That's
charge
pretty
of
much-
that, by the way?
Well, it was the VA that was going to kill the deal
It's a
because
dumb
they wouldn't approve the
regulation.
loan. It's a dumb regulation.
Right.
Yeah. So you know what I did?
Sweet Two
I
says,
went in.
two-story trailer. What the fuck? That's cool.
They have them. They actually have them. But no, I just said, hey, I went in there and put one in, took a picture of it and sent it to him.
Of the
It
handrail?
took me 5 seconds.
90
Yeah.
degree?
At the end of the handrail, you've seen them in houses, probably never even noticed it, right?
No.
It'll just do a 90-degree turn at the very end into a wall. So if you're walking down with something, it doesn't get caught and make you fall. like a coat or a
Never
house coat.
ever seen that in my entire life. Never.
Yeah.
Never.
Yep.
And
It's a dumb
by the
fucking
way,
regulation.
By the way, home inspections are bullshit. They're garbage.
Not in
I
my
know
state.
they're required by the fucking bank. But you know what? They're not good. They're not good at all.
Depends on who you use, and also like Alabama's a caveat emptor state, which is buyer beware.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't do your due diligence and you buy a piece of shit,
No, what I'm saying
Have a
is,
look.
like in Illinois, like they force you to hire an inspector on your as the buyer. An inspector is part of the process.
Yeah.
The inspector comes out. They say, "Oh, going down to the basement, there's no handrail because they built the house 20 years ago, 25 years ago. They didn't put a handrail. That wasn't a thing. Well, now it is. So, we tell the owner, and she's like, okay, and she puts on a handrail. But I move into the house, and I have an electrician come out one day because I had some issues. Like I was wanting to put in the garbage disposal or put in some extra outlets. And he goes to my panels. He's like, dude, your panels are fucked up. He goes, if you turn off the main switch in your main panel, your second panel's still hot. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah. So like you think the power is off. And if I go to the second panel, I could get killed because they're still hot going over here. He cross-connected the boxes.
Oh.
And I said, well, should that have been caught on inspection? He said, yeah, but it wasn't, obviously. So he goes, do you want me to fix it? I said, well, fuck yeah, because my dumbass kids, when I die, are going to have this house. And one day they might want to put in an extra socket one day. And they're going to think the panel's off and they're going to kill themselves.
Yeah, I've got two separate panels for my pool house and then one for the main house. So
yeah,
and they're completely separated.
Remember what was Trump's deal, Jim? Every one regulation that got passed, they had to get rid of
3 or something, 2 or 3. Yeah.
It was great. And it was actually working, Julio. Like regulations, they're overdone, man. Like there's so many regulations with all these.
People don't want to get sued.
Yeah. Well, no. They're getting sued because the federal government is making it a thing that people should give a fuck about.
I agree.
Literally that handrail issue, they said, if your dad falls because of that, now he's going to a VA hospital because he's a veteran, and we're going to have to pay insurance bills. So we're not going to put him in a home where he could potentially harm himself. And I said, whoa, this will take me 5 minutes to fix.
All right, Dave, Jim, Cynic, I'm cutting out.
All right, brother. We'll see you,
Thanks for
Julio.
having me.
Pleasure as always, brother.
Julio?
Oh,
go
live. He was just going to get rid of the First Amendment stuff, Julio.
The vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you, gentlemen.
She was a senator.
You have
She was
a
a
lot
member
to
of
get to. You're
Congress.
passionate about the housing
Piece of
crisis,
shit.
I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One
There's
of the
no
top problems
housing
facing
crisis,
Americans
guys.
is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. I think it's very simple common sense. I think it's Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress. You're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they're up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital,
Look
you try
at
to
Tim
buy
Walz
something,
over
and
trying to
nobody
make
knows
notes.
what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice, and will also drive down costs. And we talked about
Good RX, by the way, is
the
a miracle.
reinsurance regulations as
You don't
well.
have good
talking
RX,
about.
you
What Donald
should.
Trump
It's
has
amazing.
said that if we
Good
allow
RX is
states to
great. I
experiment
use
a little
it
bit,
I don't.
how to
I
cover
don't even
both
use
the
my
chronically
insurance.
ill, but the non-chronically
my
ill.
prescription.
It's not just a
Awesome.
plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations.
My
when he
my
was
prescriptions
president of the
went
United
down
States.
from. I take an anti-inflammatory and a tramadol.
Oh, you got gout?
And
The vast majority of my prescriptions, the insurance company doesn't pay anything for. I get the thing and it says this is the cost. It says, oh, they pay nothing. They pay nothing.
yeah,
And it's probably more expensive for me to get it through the insurance company than if I would have went through GoodRx.
when I go through the insurance company, it costs me $100 a month. I started using GoodRx and it cost me $40.
Stimulated has gout.
I don't have gout. Tramadol's a pain reliever, and I use an
Tramadol is a
anti-inflammatory.
bullshit drug that they give to people. It doesn't do anything.
You said
Garbage.
anti-inflammatory. What's inflaming? Your gout, you motherfucker.
Take an Advil and stop crying.
Yeah, quit being a bitch.
Jesus Christ!
Stop
You know
eating
what,
sugar,
guys?
you motherfucker.
Fuck
Tramadol
y'all.
doesn't do shit. It's what they give to people to try to keep from giving them something that works, like Norco or Vicodin.
Exactly.
Well, I'm
Jesus.
gonna tell my doctor I want Norco then.
And if you tell them
Is that
that,
what
then they're
you're
going to
saying?
say you're exhibiting drug-seeking behavior, and they're going to put you on a list, and you're never going to get it.
Well, guess what, Submitted? Stop taking it all, and you'll still be fine.
I
It's
kiss
not-
my ass.
It's not a real drug.
Tramadol works for me, man.
Stop
just
eating
get-
fucking
Go
sugar.
get some heroin and be a
I
man.
don't eat sugar. What are you talking about?
Well, you're inflaming for a reason, and it's not the cock in your mouth, obviously.
It was inflamed, so I did my job.
Is it for your prolapsed anus?
No, I had my hips replaced at 28. I
good.
had
So now you can
osteoporosis.
suck your own toes.
You had your hips replaced.
I lost blood flow to my hips. They crumbled. I had to have them both replaced at
He
28.
has hipplasia.
Yeah.
How
And I think you can make
fat
a
were
really
you
good
back
argument that
then? I want to know, how much did you weigh when you had your hips replaced?
Oh no, I was fat when I was in my early 20s. So I'd lost like 100 pounds, and I was probably weighed around 150 at that time. So I think it was just from being fat as a kid and playing sports. Like I literally just on my birthday when I was 20, I think I was 28. It just was like, what the fuck happened?
Chat.
I couldn't walk.
Everything in my body is original. Like it's
Yeah,
all
so I got upgraded hips. It's from all the sex I was having in college, you fucking virgins.
What was his name?
Doug?
And Mike and Pete and Carl and Sweet.
I never
Tooth
done it. I
and
never
Elemental. All
banged a
These were
Carl.
all your bang buddies. weren't
Carl is normally a black dude's name, and I would have got
they? Oh, you
disowned
couldn't have
living
brought
in
the black
Alabama.
guy home.
I couldn't have brought him home.
Yeah. Damn, should have stayed fat, says Rocky. I don't take any meds, dude. I'm 56. I'm not on any medication at all.
I take a tramadol as needed, maybe once a day at most, and then I take an anti-inflammatory too, just because, like, my legs will get sore as shit sometimes working out and wearing, walking and crap like that. So
I don't know what that means. What does that mean? What's like you have to. I don't understand when you're taking anti-inflammatory because you exercise. Why is your body reacting to you exercising?
because my hips and shit are still, my legs are crazy because of that, right? They get sore, they get inflamed, they get stiff, and so I take that so I don't have that problem.
What if you drank water? Would that help?
That's all I drink's water. I've only drank water since I was 16 when I started my fat kid journey.
You don't drink anything but water?
That's it.
You don't drink unsweet tea?
Nope.
You don't drink beer?
No.
You don't drink bourbon?
I'll drink liquor maybe a couple times a year. Like right now in front of me, I've got a big thing of water.
I'm not reading it, but read it.
A little birdie told me my nigga gay.
Word to your mother's uncle, Rocky. Like, I don't get it because I lost 150 pounds in
so
my
you're lucky.
50s. In my 50s, I did that. So, and but I might be stupid too. Like, I don't go to the doctor for anything, Jim. Like, you get a pain, you know what I do? I'll get
Drink.
through it, right? I'll work it. I'll work it out. It'll be gone.
Well, this was like a year ago. I blew my hamstring out deadlifting, and it just would not. It wouldn't stop. And then once I went to the doctor, it eased up. But every time I would walk, it would start to inflame again. So he put me on anti-inflammatories and Tramadol.
If losing weight in an unhealthy way, your body can pull minerals from your bones. Yeah. But he was 20s. He was in his 20s, Elemental. Like,
yeah, I was 28.
That
was 10 years ago.
Yeah, he's got unnatural things in his body. Semen.
Jesus.
All right.
Gay, retarded,
salvaged Obamacare,
inbred.
which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. I think this is an important point about President
love
Trump.
you,
Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do. But I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state.
You didn't read it, no one read it.
Clinic, home to medical.
The bill was offered up.
3M. Many of you listening, this is critical to you.
Yeah,
now,
including
Donald
legal
Trump
aliens.
all of a sudden wants you. Go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA,
because it was
lost the
disaster.
Supreme Court, and he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill.
What are you talking
Now,
about?
fast forward,
John
what that
McCain.
means to you is you lose
No, it
your
was
pre-existing
SCOTUS.
condition. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll
Donald Trump was already doing that before he left office.
Donald Trump said,
That never happened.
I got a concept of a plan.
Yeah,
It
well,
cracked
more
me up
drugs.
as a fourth grade teacher because my
Supposed
kids
to
would
come
have
down
never
20%
been
10 years from now.
what Senator
And no one
Vance
knows which
just
ones.
explained might be worse than a concept. Because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is,
Pause
if
it,
you're
Jim.
healthy, why should you be
Pause it. We were in Mr. Self-Destruct's dreams last night.
Yeah.
That's
Right
how
here.
impressive we are. Like, we are 26 is far from a kid. When I heard that Obamacare was mandating you had to keep your kids up till 25 years old on your health care plan, Jim, what if they've got a wife and kids already? What the fuck are we talking about? Like, Obamacare is some that anybody who defends the ACA, and that includes you, you fucking JD Vance piece of shit, don't defend it. Trump lost the ACA case. He lost it. Like, he fucking lost. He wanted to kill it, but it didn't happen. There's no defending it. He lost. Loser.
It should have been unconstitutional anyway. John Roberts twisted it around to make it stick.
He
Say,
made
well,
it.
It's a tax, even though it's not a tax.
It's not a tax. But Trump's victory was making it not a tax, and they can't fucking get you on your taxes every year. So, not a gay dream. I know. So, like, whatever, dude. Like,
Yeah, the ACA didn't provide anybody with health care. All it did was mandate you have to get insurance.
and if you didn't, you got a fine.
Yeah. And the insurance sucked, and it fucked up everybody's insurance who already had insurance. It fucked up all their plans and made them shit.
Yep.
And
made them
how-
more expensive, cut out
and how
what
many
things
insurance-
that were
That's a
necessary.
Cadillac. You got a Cadillac plan. We got to rail scale that back. You get too much stuff that you pay for. Like, I was paying $26,000 a year for medical insurance when I was in the union.
What?
Yeah. That's how much every union member, 26 grand. That's what it
I
was.
thought that was a point of being in the union yet. Like,
No, but I'm saying, like, the money, we negotiate our contract, the money for your health insurance is part of the total package. So whatever, you negotiate the total package, and then you got to say, well, okay, this is what we need for healthcare. This is what we need for this. That was money that I should have been getting and going in my pocket.
When I was a member of the CWA working for AT&T, we got completely free insurance until Obamacare came in.
Samurai says, just came in to say, don't make me knock both y'all out, Jim and Dave, for my brother Cynic.
That's right. Power fist.
Looks like one of them M&M fists.
I think y'all are tipping your power
fist.
each other. There's no power fists, there's power tips.
That sounds like jealousy to me, Dave.
Well,
I told you, I'm not sending you a dick pic in DMs. I sent it to Jim. He can forward it to you.
All right. Let's get back to
paying more. So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer,
like
you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Kind of like car insurance.
Governor, thank you.
You're more
Senator,
of a
you
risk,
have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walsh just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Good answer.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people, whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well,
did it go up under Trump? It's higher now.
It's higher now.
Did it go up under the Trump administration? It's higher now. Well, geez, so it's higher now because population is increasing. More people are coming in, and all those illegals. Oh, you know why it's higher now? Because 20 million fucking illegals are all on it for free that the government is paying for.
Well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then
So
what
you
happens
think the individual mandate's a good idea?
I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care.
These are two people that have no relationship at all to the ACA. They have private health care. These two motherfuckers are so well insured, and their entire family are so well insured that they're going to defend a program that treats American citizens as pieces of shit. So fuck both you guys. Fuck both of you. Both of you should be saying,
Tim Walz hasn't had to have private insurance in decades.
Right. And neither has JD Vance, because he was military and then he went to work for Google or whatever he went to work for. So he had some great health care there.
And then Oracle, I believe.
Yeah. So then he went to work as a governor or a senator. So like, this guy's got health care for life for his entire family. Fuck you both. You both should say there should be no government fucking insurance, and let's get back to private insurance, and it's over. Let competition dominate the market, because I can't shop in Illinois. There's one provider in the entire state of Illinois, and that's Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. I looked at Obamacare. It was $2,500 a month for me and my wife.
Fuck.
With a $5,000 deductible. That's not insurance, guys. That is not insurance. Insurance is $300 a month with a $200 deductible, and they just hope you don't go. This is
mine's like $150 a month with a $300 deductible.
I haven't had insurance for 17 years, and I'm getting close to 60, dude. But when I go to the doctor, I go, I'm paying cash. He goes, oh, come on over, bro. That $100 doctor's visit is like $30 because you got cash.
Yeah, I normally pay cash for most of my stuff. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
if you say you don't have insurance, they're super happy to work with you, because dealing with fucking idiot Vance is more handsome and young, so I'll vote for him. But he also has better points. That's a great price simulated. Oracle, you say? Y'all say that's all Yahoo, Bing, aka Google. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, JD Vance is a well-rounded guy, Jim. He's been, military, poor white folk, Oracle guy who I'm sure he's got lots of money after that, right? Like, he's got plenty of money.
I'm sure he's got some money. I
He
don't
wrote
know.
a book, they made a movie.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like,
he's not like I don't think. Do you think JD Vance's kids have to worry about money?
No. I think his wife is his wife is executive too. Like,
isn't she a .com?
She's a dot head.
She's a, I don't know. I haven't looked into her, but I thought she was a PhD or a fucking like a
double PhD. Yeah.
Something. Yeah.
His wife does well too, says Ruth. Yeah, I believe Ruth. Ruth is as well or better informed than Crazy Cat. So
Crazy Cat's been slacking tonight.
He's probably on some other show. His Ballers on tonight or something. Who knows? Like, he's probably over there. Like, he's not moderating. Like, I haven't even. Oh, guys, if you're here, please like and subscribe or dislike. Interaction either way matters to the channel.
Okay.
Dislike it. Stimulated.
There. I'll dislike it. There we go.
Crazy Cat is in John's chat. Of course he is. Fucking John Malin streaming?
John Malin's so boring.
Yeah, God, Shane's got 1 day left of his campaign, so they're going to do like a closeout.
Oh, he wants to get to 200K, right? I have, they got him to 200K. Way to go, Shane. I bought that box, Jimmy, you told me to buy, right, with everything. So it catches me up on the whole story of Inglorious Rex.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to get it. I like Shane Davis a lot, dude. He does entertain me.
I like Shane. I don't know about that Mange guy.
Well, do you like BTM or do you like Dave?
Boys to Men's a pretty good group, but I don't know how well you sing.
Not at all.
Like, I like Boys to Men better.
Okay. Neither. Sweet. I'm going to start reading your chats unless you pay me. God damn it. Who the hell is Dave? It's this guy on the bottom, like right below me. That's Dave. Right below me. He ignores me all the time. When I say, hey, Jim, he goes,
huh?
Hey, Jim.
Hmm?
Yeah, but I bet they're not having as much fun. They're not having as much fun as we are. I thought that was Jim Cahals. Oh shit.
Jim Callis.
What's up, Apex Comics? Hey, so anyway, I didn't invite Nicholas tonight. I feel bad.
He hasn't been on in quite a while.
He was on last week.
Well, he was on a couple nights last week. He wasn't yeah, I feel bad. Nicholas gets the chat riled up in the right way.
We got like 24 minutes left of this debate, just so you know.
Let's go. All right.
There. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying healthcare once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first
Nothing
time
has come down. This is crap.
Can I address that?
Trump slash all prices. We have a number of subjects. Just because
America.
we're gonna let him completely BS America, and we got a number of issues to discuss. You suck, CBS. You suck balls.
There's a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this
One
is
of
a
them
day one
died,
priority for
right?
you.
Didn't one of the peaches and
How
cream
long
people
should
die?
employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California.
Oh, the Jim.
Those companies provide
The
paid
biggest
family medical leave. One
500
is,
company in fucking Minnesota is Best Buy. All right, and it's fucking dying.
Yeah, it's dead on the vine already.
It is dying on a
Well,
vine.
isn't 3M based in Minnesota? Minnesota Mining Material?
I don't know. I just know that one of the biggest is.
And aren't they responsible for poisoning more people than any other corporation?
I watched that movie, dude. That's a great movie. That is a fucking great movie about the water. Oh, fuck, that's a great movie. What the fuck is the name of that movie? Holy shit. I was the first bacon detractor. That's scientific fact. Oh, shit. All right, let's get back to retard. Talking about.
I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing. But it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start. The family works better. We stay in their employers. We get more consistency. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take care of our children.
When I talk to guys and they tell me their wife's going to have a baby and he's getting 6 weeks off and he's getting paid for it, I want to throw up in my mouth. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? He said, yeah, I work for the city. I in Illinois, I get 6 weeks off of paid leave. Do you guys understand? Baby, don't give a fuck about daddy. They want that mommy. Mommy, like I had 4 kids I raised. 3 me and my wife had. The 4th was my nephew, so my wife didn't birth him. But when baby cries at night, they don't want dad walking in. They want mommy to walk in and take care of the baby. These fucking faggots.
Well, see, they don't even know what a woman is, Dave. So that's why the argument doesn't make sense because they can't define what a woman is. They think you don't need a mom. You can have 2 moms. You can have 5 moms. You can have 6 dads. They think that it's okay and normal for Pete butt stuff to fucking be breastfeeding with fake boobs.
Dude, I wouldn't go to the hospital with my wife until the fucking doctor said she's going to have a baby. I couldn't take the fucking hospital. And then I would show up. And then once the baby was born, I went the fuck home. These fucking men, these men today are fucking faggots. Stop being the woman, guys. The woman doesn't need your help. This fucking asshole telling you it's proven that if the okay, so in the entire history of humankind, when the fuck have men stayed home more than 3 days after the wife was given birth? That they can do the study on. What the fuck are we talking about? Like, these fucking Democrats just want to give all your money away stimulated. They just want to say
they just want as many people as possible reliant on the government. That's it.
Sick.
Yeah.
If you need them, then you got to vote for them because you need me.
They don't want you to even vote, though, Jim. What they want a vassal state. They literally just want to take your guns. They want to take your money, have you dependent on them, and in that way, they can turn everybody into little worker drones.
Dude,
you go to this job, you go to that job. It's baby communism is what they want. And it's going to lead into real communism.
Look, man, I didn't wake up at night with a baby. Any of them. I had a job to go to the next day.
Yeah, me neither, because I pulled out like a champ.
No, you had to contribute to the population. If you have a good mindset, make more babies so that your kids can actually make something happen. But I slept during the night. My wife got up with the kid. That's a thing. Because my wife hasn't had a full-time job in like 27 years. So I got up, or she got up, and whatever. Melanie Mac impression. Well, goddamn, I've never watched a Melanie Mac.
I didn't hear you say faggot once.
Yeah, I never heard you say faggot, which sounds to me like you're being a faggot.
Yeah, maybe I should say faggot more often, not to be a faggot. Yeah, then life goes on, Ruby. Like if your wife is asleep, like in a deep sleep in a couple days when the baby's born, when she comes home from the hospital, and I happen to hear the baby cry, and I go, "Hey, babe, he's crying." That's my hope. I'm not getting up. I'm not getting a bottle. I don't whatever, man. And guess what? They all turned out just fine. They want to take your jobs, your money, and your dick. It's the pipeline.
They want to take your gerbs.
Your jabs. I get all hot and bothered when Dave starts slinging faggot around. Ooh, well, you should have been here earlier, Samurai. We were faggoting all over the place.
Yeah, there was faggots flying everywhere.
It's a bit, dude. Of course it's a bit.
Yeah,
I got up at least twice after the 3 kids were born. My surgeon has 5 little kids, two sets of twins. I always wondered how he did surgery after taking care of 5 kids. Yeah, he doesn't get up at night. He's got a wife. That's what she does. She gets up and takes care of the babies. He's got to go to work and make the money to pay the fucking bills. If he can't go to work because he's too tired, Jim, they're not going to live in that nice house anymore, right? That's a thing. Oh, God, it's raining faggots. I'm super wet. Who's the bigger faggot on the screen? JD or this Waltz guy?
Ooh.
Or Joe?
Well,
Joe's out. I'm going to say Joe's out. He's been married a very long time.
Being married does not.
He's a happy banker.
Being a faggot.
There's no.
Happy banker.
He's a happy banker.
Fucking shit.
I love that whole banker thing. It just takes all the fucking weirdness out of the word.
It does, doesn't it? So he's a happy banker. Fine. JD Vance wears guy liner.
Dave, Dave, go shut that kid up. I got to get up in a few hours to sell some shit to dummies that don't know how to use it. Holy fuck.
He recorded you.
I think this is my wife. We're Scorpion.
You better check your wife's phone.
I'm gonna call her up. I'm gonna check where she's at right now. Red Scorpion's the smartest person ever, and no, that's. I will say though, back in the days when the kids were born, I wasn't selling stuff. I was actually doing physical labor. So that's a good one though. I love it. Red Scorpion. What? Well, Red Scorpion's not even on my board this month. What the hell? With all the good chats he sends me, I read them all for free. No more reading Red Scorpion's great comments for free.
Okay.
We're done. Let's play it. Play it, Jim.
Or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, more money. You wonder why inflation's going sky high? It's because of jackasses like him.
So,
that's why we just print more, and you get money,
to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats too have worked on this issue, and I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who's an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator, and I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach.
God damn it.
If you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal money. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare. Because look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it.
Agree to disagree, Freddie.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on childcare as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
What President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs.
No, they want to give tax credits. So, like, if you pay, you know, it's just like if you're paying for child, you know, whatever. But they want the difference is they want to make it like right now. What he's saying is the only tax credits that currently exist is if you take your kid to like a business and pay them to watch your kid. If you have a family member watch it or some friends in your church, or you have like a co-op agreement with other people, you're not eligible. They're like, it should be anybody. If you have, you know, your neighbor watch your kid, you should be able to have the money for that cost. You know, like that's what they're saying. The difference is that Waltz and them, they just want it to be the government schools. They want preschool. So send them to a preschool because it's more teachers, more jobs for teachers, and more stuff for the unions to do that. They want it to be a paid daycare center only.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So,
and they're like, no, it shouldn't just be a daycare center with your kids because, you know, one lady watching 40 kids.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy, dude. Fuck the government. Like, stay out of our daily lives, federal government. Stop this bullshit. Like,
I have no problem with the tax credits because if you don't pay taxes, you don't get the fucking tax credit. That's the trick. If you don't pay any taxes, you don't get the fucking tax credit because it's a credit against the taxes you pay.
Yeah, but once they go past $12,000 a year, they get the credit, Jim. And people like me,
no, they don't. You don't. You have the credit is only off your tax.
Yeah, but if you make enough to file taxes,
you have to pay. It's a tax. So if you pay no taxes, you get no tax credit. That's not like there's a difference between an income credit and a tax credit. Like the earned income credit is a credit that you get and you don't have to pay any taxes. Like you file people that don't even have jobs people don't know this. If you have a bunch of kids, you could file, and for each kid you get a certain amount of money earned
Being
income.
alive, yeah.
Yeah, being alive, and the government pays you even though you don't pay any taxes.
Overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers.
Hey, I
and then
gotta go,
ship the products
fellas.
back
I've
into
got
our
a
country and undercut the
early
wages of American
appointment. I
workers.
gotta
It's the heart
hard
of the
out
Donald
tonight,
Trump
so.
economic plan.
All right,
Cut
buddy. See you
taxes for
later.
American workers
Yeah,
and
man.
American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the childcare shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately,
Jim,
we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to
shortage
induce more
is
people to want to provide child
the
care options for
American
American families.
economy is
Because
so
the reason it's so
expensive that
expensive
both
right now
parents
is
have
because
to
you've got
work. So mom can't stay at home with her kid anymore. If mom could stay home because prices are reasonable, there'd be no child care shortage. JD, quit being a fucking asshole and say that. You fucking twat. You're buying into this liberal argument of some shortage of childcare. It's not a thing. The shortage is the ability for a single person to earn enough money to support an entire household. What the fuck? Like, this is terrible. Joe, you're being a fucking banker here too, dude. Like, call JD out for this bullshit. Fuck off, man.
got way too few people providing this very essential
wife
service.
to quit her job.
Thank you,
Kevin.
Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well,
Yeah,
if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the
Sure.
biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's 5,000 or 6,000, that plays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't
Wait,
think
so
they're
he's
for
saying
that.
it costs, that's 3 or 4 months. So if it's $5,000 for 3 months or 4 months, let's say, so he's saying it's between $15,000 and $20,000 a year for childcare per child. So what the fuck?
Dude, like,
so if you don't make $100,000 a year, you shouldn't work if you have kids, because you can't afford it, because you can't pay for it, because you're working to pay for childcare, so you can work to pay for childcare, so you can work to pay for childcare. That's retarded.
And I know that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarship types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do
What are
they
you
not
talking
get the
about?
money to pay
What
for
are you
that,
talking
they're
about?
$4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime.
On
But they
the
will lead
appeal
with
to authority
childcare and they
fallacy,
will lead
logical
with housing.
fallacy.
Because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy is growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's
There's
campaign and
no
others filed 62
democracy, you
lawsuits
fuckers.
contesting the results.
Stop selling
Judges,
us this
including
shit.
those
Question
appointed
about
by
democracy?
President Trump and other Republican
Oh,
presidents,
God.
looked at the evidence
You
and
suck,
said there was no
CBS.
widespread fraud.
You're a
The
loser.
governors of every state
Loser
in the nation,
question.
Republicans and Democrats,
loser question?
certified the 2020 election
Oh, my
results
God.
and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and
Really?
illegal.
Wasn't it unconstitutional
Would
in
you
the
again
1960s?
seek to challenge this year's
People
election
call it that.
results,
It's 'cause they're
even
they're
if
tyrants.
every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square. And that's all I've said. And that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about.
And you bias moderators.
Censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Nice. Great answer.
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator. But there's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go.
He's the frog.
He's very clear. I mean, he lost his election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day. Some with the American flag. Several later died. And it wasn't just in there.
Not true.
In Minnesota,
Gaslighting.
a group gathered on the state Capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police.
When did that happen?
That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help.
And then you tyrannically suppress your opponents.
That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that
is this the answer to the question I even asked?
Your political opponent already laying the groundwork for
that's what you did.
And a president's words matter.
Doing Trump.
A president's words matter. People hear
that's exactly what you just did.
I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history.
Ask Hillary why she hasn't ever said that Trump won the election in
overturn a fair election and a peaceful transfer of power.
Right?
And here we are,
the White House
later,
tried
in
indicting their
boat.
opponents.
I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election. And the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
He was the water boy for the team.
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years.
No, we have a Republic.
We're going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Transparency in elections. What about transparency in
January
elections?
6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I
can hit him harder here, Tim.
Don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened.
Yeah,
Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions.
Is he actually trying to sell us that the Russians stole the election, Jim?
Threatening to do something. That's not censorship.
JD, pull the gloves off. Come on.
We've seen that.
Stop trying to make friends with Tim Walz, crying out loud.
Everyone tonight. And I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. This is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy
We don't
is the
have
First Amendment.
democracy.
You yourself
God
have said
damn
there's
it,
no
JD,
First Amendment right to
stop
misinformation.
buying
Kamala
into
Harris
this
wants to use
bullshit.
the power of government and
there
big
is.
tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater.
Yes, you can.
That's the test. That's the
Yes,
Supreme
you
Court
can.
You can, you fucking liar.
And there was a 1919 case about fucking anti-war protesters of fucking for World War One, and it was dicta from one justice, and it was overturned.
You can yell fucking fire in a crowded theater every fucking day of the week. You lying motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is oh, fuck. Look at that pause.
Tim,
No,
fire in a crowded theater.
great.
You
That
guys
was a
wanted to
great
kick people
happy
off of
face.
Facebook for saying that
You
toddlers
legally
should
can.
That's
does have the
not
floor.
fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies
He
of the
sounds like
government,
Mike
which is the
Huckabee.
right of
He
every
does
American.
sound
Senator, the
like
governor does
Huckabee.
have the floor for 1 minute to
Please.
respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate.
Really?
It's not.
How do you know?
It's
Is there
not anything
transparency and integrity?
anywhere
Is
other
there
than in
transparency in our election?
Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to
Yeah.
certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage.
Hillary
What I'm
hasn't
concerned about
fucking
is
said she
where
lost
is
yet
the
either, you
firewall
fucking
with
twat.
Donald Trump?
Fucking, I
Where
hate
is the
these
firewall
people.
if he
I hate
knows
politics, Jim.
he could do anything,
he left last
including
time.
You have a heart attack.
taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you
No.
keep your oath of office,
No.
even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because
Well,
of course
she
that's what we
picked
would
you
do.
because
So
you're the
America,
white-
I think
Of course,
you've
we're gonna
got a
censor
very
everyone.
clear choice on this
Yeah, you
election
do.
of who's going to honor that democracy and
Yeah.
who's going to
Who's
honor
gonna
Donald
censor
Trump.
it?
Governor,
and
your
press their
time is
opponents.
up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be
He
right
is totally
back
pulling
with
his
both
punches.
of our candidates.
Frustrating. It was just
You know, I'm going to say,
Raised me to-
the opponent
JD
been
is
closed
not
out a
a
little to the White
guy.
House.
It is now time for the
wiping,
closing statement. Senator Vance
Walt's
won
ass
the
here.
virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And
This
most
closing
importantly,
arguments?
thank
Yeah.
you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as
You know who used to talk about protected democracy? Who was the person to coin that phrase? We have to protect democracy. It was fucking Vladimir Lenin. You cocksuckers.
Because we don't have a democracy.
Yeah.
Stop telling the people we have a democracy.
this coalition that Kamala Harris has built,
Yes.
from Bernie
I'm gonna
Sanders
will
to
it to
Dick
you,
Cheney to
Kevin.
Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive
back 10
future of this
seconds,
country
Jim. Hit
and
that-
one
They're
where
communists.
politics can be real.
I need to
I
hear this
appreciate it.
again.
But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they
Taylor's
don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one
They're
where our
communists.
politics can be better than it is.
Yeah.
And I have to tell you that that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something, not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about
It's
yourself.
time for you to kill your
Now,
newborn.
look, we all
Wait a
know
minute.
who
Jim,
Donald Trump
look,
is. He's told us
like-
in his mind.
He's promoting government health care. So there's no freedom of choice there, right? Like
Right. Oh.
there's no freedom of choice there at all. He's trying to relate. This fucking guy is
Well,
trying
Vance
to
should have hammered him about that when he was talking about the freedom of choice. He should have said, you force people to get vaccines. You force people to stay in their house. You force people out of work. You force people to wear masks. You
Right.
didn't give them any choice in that. That should have been the hammer, been like, and you would have been,
and he was the governor in Minnesota
Yeah.
that was locking people down.
yeah.
Like
And that was shooting people with fucking paint guns for standing on their front lawn or on their porches with pepper guns.
But also let riots go on because some dude got
And his wife would sit there with the window open to smell the smoke.
some dude died because a cop was using the fucking
Some dude died because he OD'd.
no, but he was also using what he was trained in a police academy on how to restrain somebody. Some dude died, but this guy would not let Donald Trump bring in the National Guard to fucking resolve the issue. He let that fucking city burn. This white piece of shit manipulating guy. This is the most racist guy you'll ever see. Like, this is the antipathy of fucking racism here, guys. This guy hates black people. He hates Hispanic people. His kids go to the most private schools. They don't interact with anybody outside of their race. And they probably say Z Kyle every other day in class. This guy is a piece of shit. All right? Like, he's the worst kind of American. The worst. He's telling people we live in a democracy. We have never, ever, ever lived in a democracy. But he wants to say we do. Fuck you. Is it Tim Waltz? Is that his name? Tim Waltz, some guy from small town Nebraska. You're an unworthy American and you don't deserve the position you have. It's fucked up. And this guy is a guy that made people get shots if they wanted to be in a fucking, retirement home, or they wanted to keep their fucking state job with the state of Minnesota. If you don't get the shot, you lose your job. This is the guy that is, all about American freedom. You are a fucking asswipe, dude. Oh, fuck. I might want to play the last 2 minutes. Really? Does John Malin have a thought on this? Mr. Self-Destruct, you might want to play the last 2 minutes of John Malin's stream to cleanse the palate. We'll play it after this is over.
This is only 4 minutes, so.
Yeah.
Angelo said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage. And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me.
Agenda 25.
Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way.
No.
We don't need to be afraid.
Franklin
Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive.
And no one succeeds ever. That's what we've seen for 4 years.
Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And
Jim,
one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods.
I'm not poor, but when I go to dinner by myself and it costs me $30, I'm pissed off. Like, Jim, our economy is completely fucked right now. It is. Everything. Like, I know this is going to be hard for people to hear, but we
shouldn't be $15 for one person to go to McDonald's to get a burger and a fry and a Coke.
And a Coke, right? Exactly. And we need another fucking Black Friday, right? We do need it. The stock market crash. We need it to happen. All these companies need to fucking understand that the American people are the people supporting this shit. It's not just a couple of rich people. And we need to get back to basics. I'm so tired. Like, 2 pizzas and some breadsticks at the fucking pizza place is $80. What the fuck are we doing here? God damn it. I mean, I know it's not Domino's, it's the local pizza place, but Jesus Christ. Pepperoni pizza and a pepperoni sausage pizza and a fucking order of cheese sticks is $80. Holy shit. And Jim, I live on propane, right? And they send us out a letter every summer. Oh, get on the lowest price now before the winter price hits. Okay. So, like, I got to pay you motherfuckers a year in advance to refill my propane tank at this exorbitant rate for propane. Like, come on, guys, it's propane. Like, it's how I fuel my house.
What is propane at? Almost $5 a pound, right?
I think it's
or a gallon, whatever, $5 a gallon or $6 a gallon.
I think last year it was like over $2 a gallon, and when I moved in the house during COVID, it was like $1.10. Like, it's stupid. And I have a 1,500 gallon tank, so they're like, "Oh, well, that's going to be this amount of money." It's like, what the fuck? And I told my wife, like, I don't know, 4 weeks ago, did you sign us up for the early thing? She goes, no. I said, can you start calling other companies? So she's starting to call other companies because you get locked in because like, I own my propane tank, Jim. And since I own it, the company that the previous homeowner had just keeps sending us emails all the time. But I'm like, just fucking shop this shit. There's other, and she goes, oh yeah, this guy's like $1.30. You go, well, fucking sign up. That's 70 cents a gallon cheaper. Fuck. The data on screen is from a close personal source that works in the medical field strictly with elderly. Yeah, my half sister works in the medical field. It's a fucking joke, man.
I'll put the watermelon on. We got 1 minute left of this.
1 minute left.
And prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that too has gotten harder with Kamala because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges.
Day one was 3 years ago.
She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago.
Nice.
And her policies have made these problems worse.
Yes.
Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating.
I sound like a Democrat? Andrew, look, understand one thing. Like, I did not like that closing argument by J.D. Vance, Jim. There's a thing, you know, there's a progression in life, Jim. Like, when you were 20, you ate at fucking, you know, Carl's Jr. or Hardee's, right? And then you turned 30, and then you went to Outback Steakhouse, right? And you were like living life a little larger. You got the bloomin' onion for the appetizer. You're like, oh, I can afford this. And then you're 40 and you're going to Morton's. You're like, oh shit, we're gonna get the fucking good steak and we're gonna have a good time, just me and my wife or my girlfriend.
I always ate at nice restaurants, even when I was in my early 20s.
Are you really?
I'm just saying, I always ate. I would eat other stuff, but I mean, I would go out to dinner at nice restaurants.
J.D. Vance just said that
it wasn't. He's saying it wasn't that expensive. It's too expensive now. You shouldn't. It shouldn't cost $120 to get a fucking steak.
What he's saying is, if I'm 55 or 56 years old and I've earned a life, I should be in the same restaurant as a 20-year-old who works at McDonald's.
No, he's saying that you should be able to afford it.
No, you shouldn't be able to afford it. There's a reason.
Well, either you have a job or you don't. If you have a job, there's no reason that somebody that works for that has a career is struggling to pay for fucking food.
Dude,
there's no reason that it should be
Jim,
costing this kind of money.
But if I work
There's
if I work at 7-Eleven 40 hours a week and I can afford an efficiency apartment and some fucking top ramen and tuna to live on my own, because I'm not living with my parents, I'm living on my own, and I can take a girl out to McDonald's on a Saturday night, that's what I can afford.
It shouldn't really matter if you work full time.
It should matter, Jim.
I'm saying if you work full time, there's absolutely no reason that you shouldn't be able to afford to go to a restaurant once a month. But I don't care if you work at fucking a gas station or McDonald's or wherever.
Is it Chili's or is it Morton's?
Depends on, Morton's didn't used to be that expensive. You know what I mean? Like, you used to go 4 people to a steakhouse. I'm just saying, the prices have gone up. You used to take 4 people to a steakhouse, and it was like $50 a person for the whole meal. Now it's $200 for one person.
I went to Morton's 20 years ago with 4 people, and it cost us $600 without a tip. It was crazy, but that's okay. Like, that's a thing. Like, there's goals you want to achieve. Like, you want to get to the next level. Like, you just want to get there. No, ramen's a staple. Poor, rich, middle class, whatever. Like, you gotta get your ramen on, dude. You just, like, guys, you gotta understand, like I was so excited when I could take my wife to Outback and not worry about not paying the gas bill. Like, that was a thing. You got to that level in your life. I don't think a 20-year-old, I just think it's a thing. Like, I don't care, you work a full-time job. Yeah, you do. But that full-time job is $9 an hour versus the guy that's 30 years old making $25 an hour. Okay, that's just life. You've earned more. I don't know. You've earned more income just because of your ability and your knowledge as a human being. And then you can take your wife out and have a good time. I don't hate. No, he's not always been at Morton's level. Well, he might have been, but not on his income. But he had a little side business going on. There was some candy.
All right, here's Morton's Steakhouse prices today. $62 for a New York strip steak.
What's the ribeye? What's the ribeye?
You could get a Wagyu filet for $72, a ribeye $72. So what I'm saying is these would have been like $25, $30 10 years ago.
Yeah, but you were not making fucking $40 an hour 10 years ago. You're making $10 an hour, $20 an hour. Like,
what?
It's all relative. Like,
no, it's not. I was making $56 an hour 14 years ago.
Okay.
I don't.
But not everybody had a fucking union job in the city of Chicago, dude. Like,
I didn't know anybody was back then. That's what I'm saying. There was more jobs. Now we've gotten to the point where it's either a minimum wage job or it's a job making good money. There's no in between jobs anymore. It's all, there's so many. Everything is a fucking minimum wage job now. That's the problem.
Well,
everywhere you go.
That's the Democrats' problem for making minimum wage fucking $20 an hour. Like, they shouldn't have done that. Like,
that's the problem for having a minimum wage.
Yeah, minimum wage is illegal. Like, the government should not fucking mandate what a minimum wage is. Chat, just so you know, minimum wage drives up the cost of everything. So if there's no minimum wage, guess what? The price of your fucking labor is what you accept as the
That's what Obamacare did, was the push. Exactly. Because everybody was like, oh, if you're full-time, what's full-time? Anything over 36 hours. So now nobody works over 36 hours for any of these jobs because then they have to provide insurance. So then now they're under 66 hours. So then it's what I'm saying. There's no You know, you're not going to find middle wage earners really in any jobs anymore. It's either minimum wage or you're on salary for a decent salary.
Or you're in sales waiting for commission checks to come in. Yeah.
All right, let's see what this guy's talking about watermelons.
Damn day so the flies can take a shit in the watermelon. I'm gonna teach you the proper way, the black way to eat.
Morton salt.
First off, you're gonna need a watermelon the size of a baby newborn. You need to aim right here in the middle.
That's
See
a
it right
big
here in the middle.
newborn.
Time for me to get my Dexter on. Yeah! Right in the middle. You saw that? Damn, the knife duck hanging his hell off. It's a strong ass melon. No cheap ass knife. Keep going around like it's a merry-go-round.
These guys love
That's what happens when
watermelon.
you get these thick ass damn melons. Die, bitch. Now you spread it open like you spread a girl ass.
Look, he's spread a girl ass.
Right. You could have put them right here. They're like two big titties. You did a good job.
Look how much he likes
this melon
watermelon.
you gonna save for later. Get some
like that.
salt,
Do you like
pretend
watermelon this
cocaine.
much?
You sprinkle that on. Get a spoon and you eat that shit like it's a bowl of cereal.
Oh my God!
That
Censor
is-
this. Censor. It's
too much.
It's too much.
Oh yeah.
That's
This is better than all the Captain Crunch. I can't finish this. But after you're done eating all the melon, you can use this for a hat. You can use this for a trash can, a mini trash can. You can put it in your room. You can throw trash in there. You can put a bag in there. This is the first way to eat a watermelon. Like it's a bowl of cereal. I'm going to show you the second way to eat a watermelon now.
Are you
get
learning
your knife,
this, Shane?
Yeah.
You cut right in the middle again. Wrap this ass open. Spread it open. Boom. You heard that? Now you got 2 more watermelons. You put this one up. Look at that.
Oh my God!
You eat this whole side.
His lips. Look, Shane. Look at his lips.
This whole side.
Hey.
You keep going until there's no more water coming out that melon.
Oh man.
This is gross.
This melon is juicy than Iggy Azalea's ass melons. You heard me?
Oh my God!
A little bit more salt.
Christopher said this is turning Hannah on.
I think we're starting to see why a certain community has very problems with high blood pressure and stuff like that.
I have never put salt on my watermelon in my entire life, and I love watermelon. What the fuck? This is horrible, even for racist people to watch. I agree. Like, I don't like this is bad. Like, what the fuck? No one is doing that. Thank you, Chris. Jim played it, Mr. Self-Destruct.
He's Mr. Self-Destruct's the fucking guy who told us to pull it up.
Salt your melon, Dave. Never. I like what the fuck? And like, I don't even have Morton salt in my house. Like, it's not a thing. Like, what the fuck? Maybe lime? No. Watermelon is good. Just eat the fucking watermelon. I don't need anything added to my watermelon. Salt on watermelon is delicious. Try it. Well, maybe I will because of this video. All right, go ahead, Jen. Let's finish this shit up.
I'm not even watching.
Eat that melon.
No, she likes the
Eat
Mexicans.
that melon. Melon. What part of salt on it? Part of salt on it.
God damn, he put a lot of salt on
Moist.
that piece.
Juicy. You just keep eating away until all the red is gone. If you see red, you did it wrong. Red equals wrong. Don't worry about them seeds. They ain't gonna do nothing to you. Spit them out like that. If you see somebody you don't like, you can spit it at them. Hey, girl, you dumb bitch. And then you take another bite of your melon. So this is how y'all supposed to eat watermelon for the rest of y'all days. I better not never go to no party and see no watermelon just sitting there. You understand? Subscribe for more Black Man Teachers, bitch. I'm spitting in my own melon. And send this to your friends to teach their ass how to eat watermelon.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Shane, now you've seen a black man eat watermelon. How do you
It
feel?
wasn't what I thought. I'll
Yeah,
say
see,
that.
like white people are quiet. White people quiet.
twice before you answer. Before you answer, think twice.
Jesus Christ. I Woden shot.
What? Before you say yes. You know, I know y'all saying this and that. Look at this fool. Got this watermelon here.
What do you say?
The reason why I said think twice is because that's give me a little air. That'll give me a little air, y'all. The reason why I say think twice is because I just can't understand how we as black people start eating watermelon in the closet.
In the closet?
In the what? In the closet?
Did he say in the closet?
Can you just play
Yeah,
it
in
and
the
you
closet.
stop like pausing so much?
Shut up, Anna.
You can't even
shut
get
up,
the
Anna.
out. This is
Shut
driving
the
me
fuck
crazy.
up,
Just
Anna.
play it.
You
Yeah, you're right. You
bitch.
can't get a sentence
Anna, you
out. That's
fucking Star
part of
Wars
the
boy,
problem.
shut up. You're painting. Shut the fuck up.
Blockhead. Why does she only paint eyes? Always. Always the fucking
It
eyes.
makes me
It's
feel
so creepy.
so bad sometimes when
I love the
I see
smacking noises.
my black brothers and sisters, and they'll see me eating a piece of watermelon like this here.
Yeah.
And they'll go to frown their faces. I mean, that's despicable. But it's good.
What the fuck?
And you know the thing that makes me mad? When I go to their parties, they will take a big, pretty watermelon like this and cut all kinds of
I love catfish.
and then cut the inside. You see this good piece of watermelon here? Cut all the guts out that good watermelon and mix it up and mess it up with something else, man. And sometimes they got a notion of putting liquor in it. And then after they cut them little crevices, then put it back inside of that hub. Man, that's a waste of watermelon when all you got to do with it is pick it up like this here. Look here, just pick it up like this here.
Jim, pause it real quick. Like, are they trying to show us how to eat pussy? Like, is this what these videos are about? Like,
No, I don't think so. I think this is how to eat watermelon.
Do we not know how to eat watermelon? Are white people so stupid they don't like what were white people doing with watermelon before black people showed us how to eat it?
No, he's saying he's trying to teach black people the proper way to eat watermelon.
The
He's saying
black-
they're not doing it here.
Black
He said
folk.
black people.
All right.
That's what he's
So
saying.
black
He's saying
folk ain't eat it right. All
Yeah,
right.
He's to teach them how.
I don't mess it up. I walk my hand up.
No.
Eat watermelon. And I don't care if you're a PhD, if you're whatever. You can't tell me cutting all that out, putting it back in there.
I can't understand a word he's saying.
Shane, or Anna, just watch it and laugh.
Now, I know you're at home. That's an ignorant nigga.
Hey, did you drop an N-bomb?
I ain't gonna waste no time cutting no watermelon up and mix it up with no fruit.
Watch it and laugh.
Now, I know you're at home. That's an ignorant nigga.
I think maybe he's
Hey, did you drop an N-bomb?
Me too.
I can't understand a word he's saying.
Shane, or Anna, just watch it and laugh.
Anna, you're
Now, I know
a
you're at home.
fucking California
That's an
chick.
ignorant nigga.
Fuck your cousin. You're married.
But
to your
this is
Did you
sweet
drop an
watermelon.
N-bomb?
I ain't gonna waste no time cutting no watermelon up and mix it up with no fruit cocktail. All I'm saying to you, be yourself, because I went to a party the other night with some white folk. They didn't have it in that thing there. They had slices. Walk around, Peter Green, you want a slice? Yeah, give me a slice. And one lady said, I didn't think you black.
White folk can't eat
Eat watermelon
watermelon.
like that no more. I said, look, lady, don't try to get out on me, you understand? You just want to eat the good part and want me to cut it all up and do it. And then, you know, I was mad with niggas for putting salt on the watermelon till 2 Obamas. I was talking. I said, look, lady, don't try to get out on me, you understand? You just want to eat the good part and want me to cut it all up and do it. And then, you know, I was mad with niggas for putting salt on the watermelon till 2 Obamas. I was talking to 2 cold-blooded country Obamas. And I said, why y'all put salt in water? Niggas were a man in my home say, you know, I'm down at bottom in Virginia. So let me tell you about salt, P. Say, you Washington niggas puts too much salt on. Say, I watch you, y'all. Them niggas dump salt on. Say, you put a twang.
That's what you were. I think you were saying, Shane,
melon,
that he was putting too much salt on it.
I'm gonna see if there's subtitles. Yeah.
You don't have to. And it brings out
subtitles.
like accent. That's what you say. He said, man, I love watch you watching people. Y'all dump salt on it like you got chicken. He said, but you twang it. I never knew that. But I just want to sit here this evening and let y'all know
There's two things you don't do. Don't cut the insides out no watermelon and mix it with nothing else. And don't put no two sticks around a cone of roasting air. You know, y'all niggas put two sticks. Don't do that. You get one of them big roasting airs, saturate it with some butter, and hit that. Boom.
What the fuck is he talking
Be yourself.
Talking about
And
eating
always
corn, I think.
remember
Yeah.
that I got it off the vine. It's sweet like honey, and I'll plug it all the time. Sit back, y'all. I know you see this thing is good and crazy. Hold it before I tell y'all this.
What the fuck?
Adjust the color in the towel. Get yourself a slice of watermelon and get ready to groove with
Can I
Petey
make
Green
this
Twine.
video today, Jim?
What?
Could I make this video today? Like,
If you were a black man,
oh, what if I said wiggers?
no.
No. This guy should be in GTA 6. This guy definitely has brain damage. Like that was that was public television this was on, guys. I'm not dropping no N-bombs unless there's a oid attached to the end, like avoid the noid from Dave. You can do it with honeydew melon. Like, do you like honeydew, Jim, or do you like cantaloupe?
I like both if it's good. Like the best, if you ever can get Athena cantaloupes, man, they're good.
Athena?
Athena, they're called. Yeah, Athenas. Man, they're good.
Shut up, Ben Toggle. I'll strike Dave if he says wigga. Yeah, of course you will. He just likes his food a certain way. Don't we all? I've never put salt on watermelon, no, chat. It's never been a thing in my life. So maybe one day I will try it. But as for now, it's just not a thing I've ever tried. Jim, what do you got going tomorrow, buddy?
I'm not sure.
Gonna just hang out? Maybe
Just hang out.
take a ride in the Ferrari and
Yeah.
buy some top ramen at the fucking Dollar General or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I'll go to the dollar store, pick up some of that dollar store macaroni and cheese.
Are there GVSs down where you live?
What do you mean GVS? What's that?
The place you told me to buy the bacon.
Oh, GFS, yeah.
Yeah, are they down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one in Joliet is completely remodeled. Like it's like the
Did you get some bacon?
I got 2 packs of bacon, dude. Medium slice, like you said.
Slice, yeah, don't
yeah.
get the thick and don't get the thin. The thin is too. But
But
you'll
Jim-
find too that it's cut like the thickness is the same. It's not like the bacon you get in the store these days where some pieces are thick, some pieces are thin, and it's all weird. This is perfect slice and everything. It's like slab bacon. It's good,
Right.
man.
So I was walking through the store and the guy's in the freezer and he goes, "Hey, where's your 40 count of the hot dogs?" And the guy helped him out. And he goes, "Dude, these are the best hot dogs I've ever had in my life." And he's a Chicago guy, Jim, right? He's full Chicago. I'm watching this conversation and he looks at me and he goes, "Dude, I cook out a lot. And this weekend we had a fucking cookout for the Bears game. Somebody brought these hot dogs and I laughed at the guy. And these are," I said, "better than Portillo's?" He goes, "Man, they're better than Portillo's." And I think he said Joe's or Jay's in downtown Chicago, who's a big hot dog place. He goes, "Even better than that. That's how good these hot dogs are." So it was, I think, 40 hot dogs for like $44. And they're the quarter pound Franks. They're the big ones, Jim. So I bought a box of those. I haven't tried them yet. And I just walked around the store. I was like, holy shit, there's a lot of good stuff in this place. God damn.
$1 a hot dog's pretty expensive.
But not the big ones. Like you can get the Vienna Franks and like for a 6-pack, it's like $10, man. In Chicago now. They're fucking stupid priced. Better than Frank's. I don't know. I'm gonna try one tomorrow, Ruth. I'll let the chat know tomorrow night how how good these hot dogs are. And they're all beef. They're not, pork, chicken, and beef all mixed together. So they're all beef. And hey, if a true Chicago guy who's eaten plenty of Portillo's and Jay's and other place hot dogs, are Vienna is a big deal here in Chicago, Bentogo, right, Jim? Like Vienna.
But there used to be there was a bunch of other places that used to be really had Best Kosher, Sinai Kosher, and then Vienna Beef bought them all. Like they
Vienna Beef the one that lasted, right?
Yeah, and then shut them all the other ones down. My favorite always was Best Kosher.
I like kosher hot dogs.
You can't get them anymore.
Dude, if you get to Chicago before 8 a.m. and leave before 1 p.m., you're good. Nobody's awake. After 1 p.m., better start heading out of town because people start waking up in the neighborhoods. And that's not being racist. That's being factual. No, I don't live in Chicago, Rilzik, but I cover the area and I try to stay out of there. Jim's from Chicago. How long, Jim? 35, 40 years, right?
42 years.
42 years in Chicago. And the good thing is Jim became very wealthy by using the Chicago economy to gain wealth. It's awesome.
The Chicago machine.
Last Sunday case says a good hot dog needs nothing more than mustard and onions. 100% agree. It's kind of funny too. Like if you're not from Chicago and you move here and you go get a hot dog and you're so used to living in other states where ketchup is just a condiment, Jim, that you put on a hot dog. And then
ketchup on a hot dog.
No, you come here and they go, what do you want in your hot dog? And you go ketchup, mustard, and your friends go, or your coworkers go, no ketchup on hot dogs. And you go, what? And you're like, no ketchup on hot dogs.
Oh, you put tomato on a hot dog.
Right. Tomato, celery, salt, some pickle, and some mustard and onions. And it's pretty good. I haven't put ketchup on a hot dog in 25 years, guys. It's fucking crazy. The works, says Captain Bipto. Yeah. And the works does not include ketchup. Pretty wild. Like celery salt. Celery salt. Now what the condiment or the salt they put on it, Jim, I think it's celery salt.
I've had them two different. You can have them with cucumbers and relish, or a whole dill pickle quarter and relish on a hot dog.
I don't put relish on my dogs. I do hold the relish. I don't like the relish. I don't like the sweet and salt combination.
I get everything on there and the sport peppers.
I love the sport peppers, but I don't get the relish. I just don't like it. Jin Wong for 5. Coming in hot. Chicago, eh? How accurate was Shameless, starring Bill H. Macy? I liked Shameless. Remember that show, Jim?
What's that?
The show Shameless?
It's not super accurate. I mean, there were some people like that in Bridgeport area of Chicago, the Bridgeport area, like those people, those are basically like hillbillies, Chicago hillbillies, like white trash hillbilly Chicago. But it's not that. Show was way over the top.
Yeah, I liked the first couple of seasons, and I finally checked out. But my wife watched the entire thing, Jin Wong. But Jin,
Bridgeport, back of the yards.
We're going to give you your $5 super chat. Yeah, I'm not a big relish guy. I don't keep any relish in my basement. There might be some upstairs, but I don't know anybody that uses it. It's a copy of a British show. Like most good shows are copies of British shows. Like The Office is just The Office from Britain. So yes, you have something pulled up there, Jim? American mustard sucks.
No, I don't have anything.
I like Dijon mustard. Do you like Dijon mustard, Jim?
I like Dijon mustard on like turkey.
Yeah, I don't put Dijon on my hot dogs. I do like it on a good sandwich, though. I don't. I'll eat yellow mustard on a hot dog.
I like you know what you like a cheesesteak sandwich, like a Philly cheesesteak.
Sure,
Yeah, I
sure.
like to make those with like turkey or chicken, with the green peppers, mushrooms, onions on it, fried up, and then you put it on a nice bread with some Dijon mustard. It's really good. There was this restaurant that was called the Steak Escape.
Yeah,
They
I
used to
know.
be able to get, and it would call the Grand Gobbler. You get German mustard on it. Man, it was good.
My wife loves chicken Philly subs. It's like,
Dude's Chip. There's a place I could tell you if you're ever in the city. Well, I don't know if it's still there. It was called on 63rd Street, right off of Cicero. A place that made chicken gyros.
oh, dude, everybody makes chicken gyros now. That's
this-
all my wife gets. There's a place in Aurora next to Fox Valley Mall. I think it's Mike's or something like that. And we'll go there. Here's the problem, though, dude. 2 Euro platters is like $48. What the fuck, man? God damn it. Like, holy shit. But the Euros are awesome. She gets her stupid gay chicken. I get my lamb Euro. And the nice thing is, they'll give you 2 sides, Jim. So you get, your fries and your broccoli or whatever you want. Plus, it comes with super salad. So it's like a dinner. So it's actually good. I've never had it. I've never had chicken Euros. You like the chicken, huh, Jim?
Yeah, they're good. They were good at this place. I'm trying to think. I can't think of the name of it, man. Fucking this place.
Holy shit, Jim. Look at this. Last Son of K just gifted the channel 10 memberships. Wow. Last Son of K, that's very generous, man. That's so nice. I can't believe it. Thank you, Last Son of K. Yeah, dude, it's stupid. Like, I'm not lying, Ben. The prices of food are unbelievable. Like, you can't go to McDonald's anymore and eat anything for like less than $15 anymore, Jim. Right? Like,
That's crazy.
and like, I will go to McDonald's and get 2 sandwiches, and it costs me $11. It's like,
Dude,
what?
A double quarter pounder, just the sandwich, a double quarter pounder is $12.
What?
Yeah.
See, this is crazy talk. And then I go to Wendy's breakfast, Jim, and actually Wendy's has a breakfast menu it's good. And they have a 2 for $3 menu right now. And I'll get a sausage croissant with egg, 2 of them, and it's $3. I'll throw away 1 croissant, eat the sausage. I'll put the sausage and the egg, and don't get the cheese. It's like 450 calories for $3. That's fine. But you can't do that at McDonald's anymore. It sucks, Jim. Like, but you did, guys, McDonald's hack. If you like the fish fillet, which I do like the McDonald's fish fillet. 2 of them are like $10, Jim. But if you get a double fish fillet, it's $5. Well, I don't need 2 buns. I just want 2 fillets. I'm like, yeah, give me the fucking double fillet. Fuck the. Yeah. New.
I stopped at McDonald's the other day for breakfast, and they had a special: two sausage biscuits with egg, or sausage McMuffins with egg for $5. And I said, well, I don't really want. I said, oh, I don't really. It was like a special for some reason. I'm like, well, I don't really want two sausage McMuffins with eggs, but I would get one, and then I was like, I'll get one. And can I get one sausage McMuffin with egg, and then one sausage McMuffin without egg for the $5? They're like, no, that's not the special. I'm like, so you're gonna make me get the egg and throw it away because I didn't want two eggs,
right?
I was like, what the fuck, man?
It's McDonald's is expensive and tastes like shit. But I don't go to McDonald's for lunch or dinner, but I do go for breakfast. I like their steak and egg bagel. But dude, now it's like $8. Fuck off, guys. Where there's a McDonald's, there's a local diner. And I can go into the diner, sit down, maybe takes 20 minutes longer to get my food, but I spend half the price and I'm fucking super satisfied. Last Son of K said, new month, Dave, new whiteboard. You know what? I agree. I'm going to take a picture of this board. I think it's pretty full, Last Son of K. We are in October, and I am going to close this board out. You guys can see me taking a picture. I'm taking a picture. I keep my boards up for a prosperity stake. And there it is. There's the picture taken, and I will erase it. And Last Son of K will be the first person for October to donate $20 plus to the chat. And hey, chat, if you got a membership from Last Son of K, please give him a thank you. Last Son of K has always been generous and always been condescending, but that's what we like here. So let's erase this. Guys, you guys do see the Sturgis little sticker. Go to my Spring channel or my Spring Tree store and buy some Sturgis art or buy some ARA product. We have ARA t-shirts. We have ARA hats. We are the anti-Ripper Alliance, not RIPA, because we don't give a fuck about Eric July here. He's a retard. Last Son of K. Last Son of K. 10-2. 10-2. 24. 10 memberships. Thank you, Last Son of K. Very generous. Real time on the board for the chat. You guys are the best. Jim tells you says all. Oh my God, Jim, why are you member chatting in my chat? Like, yes, go to Spring Tree. Jim, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Aliens is better than Alien. Highlander doesn't hold up as well as Conan the Barbarian or Excalibur. All right.
Who said that?
First part of the sentence is incorrect. The second part is completely correct. Alien.
Aliens is better than Alien.
No, Aliens. Alien is better than Aliens. Aliens is terrible, Jim.
No, Aliens is fantastic. Sorry.
It's not fantastic.
It's fantastic.
Jim, what the fuck? Like, exactly. Aliens is straight to DVD trash.
Oh, fuck. I'm going to, hold on. Let me go. I got to go block Ben Toll.
Thank you, last on a K. Yeah, man, you're awesome.
All right. You're timed out, Ben Toggle.
Oh, shit. Alien is better. Exactly. But Rue Sanders says Aliens is a million times better. Alien is boring.
Exactly. Boring.
But Aliens is so fucking retarded.
No, it's awesome.
No, they bring in a girl for reasons.
They mostly come at night. Mostly.
Oh, dude. And Bill Paxton's just shooting that fucking.
It's over, man. It's over, man.
Aliens. Ugh, fuck it. Don't go. Dude, I thought I liked it till I rewatched it a month ago. It sucks. It's garbage. Don't watch. Don't relive your history, guys. Don't do it. Just live with your memories and don't go rewatch them, because when you do, you will be sorely, I mean sorely disappointed. Like legitimately. Oh, First American Manga says, I was about to donate $20, but you trashing aliens? Oh, hell no. My all-time favorite movie. But that's why you're here, First American Manga. I love Alien, but Aliens, like, it's a movie that probably didn't need to be made. She survived that encounter in space. She made it out, but then they make this second movie with a bunch of fucking space marines that, whatever, dude. Bill Paxton is Bill Paxton. The other, we got the Latino chick who's a badass. Whatever. Like, okay. Yeah, it's just like you watch it and you're like, wait a minute. Like, Bill Paxton's just spraying a machine gun saying, "You're dead, motherfuckers," but we're not seeing any fucking shots.
Here, check this out. This new movie coming out this year in December.
Yeah, you love them both. But look, like, there's a lot of stuff I love too, but I'm like, after watching Aliens First American Manga, I am not going to go back and watch fucking movies from the 80s and 90s that I loved anymore. I'm not going to do it, because at the end of the day, time has moved on and we have a different mindset. I was, 25, 30 years old back in the day. And now things are different. It's Space Vietnam. It's awesome. You think so? All right. So, what? Oh my God! What is this, Jim? I need a VP dumber than me.
I need a VP dumber than me. I need a VP dumber than me. Wow. But here, check this out. This is this trailer for a new Dracula thing, Nosferatu. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's got real vibes, like almost like Bram Stoker's Dracula, almost. Like got the kind of same kind of feel.
That feel, sure.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's William Dafoe. That's
Wow.
weird. He played Nosferatu in that Shadow. I think it was Shadow of the Vampire or something like that.
I love Dafoe, man. I used to think he was super weird back in the day, Jim. But damn, the guy grows on you as an actor over time, right?
He was great in fucking Boondock Saints.
He's a great actor. Like, William Dafoe, like, when I think of William Dafoe, I think like this is Christian Bale. Like, they're both people that love the craft, right? Like, they just love what they do. And this guy, what's he, like 75 years old now, Jim? At least, right?
I don't know. I think maybe late mid 60s, maybe.
First American manga for 15, Jim.
Wow. That's
Here's
a lot. That ain't cheap.
That ain't cheap. First American manga. Let's see.
What? You think Boondock Saints sucked, Rocky Macabre? Well, I must say I cannot take your opinion about anything seriously anymore.
Is that the movie, right? Yeah. Boondock Saints was good. You know what? First American manga. You do have a video that's coming up for you. Thank you for supporting people that are trying to kill the Alliance. Here we go. Thank you, First American Manga. That's very generous. You do not understand how much I appreciate this. Let's get him on the board, Jim.
Put it on the board.
On the board. First American. Is this your first time here in the chat? Like, I don't remember seeing you here before. Do you, Jim?
No.
Thank you for being here. First American manga, whatever. I know it's not 20 because that's the board limit, but I'm going to give you your props just because you're a first time chatter. Yes. If you throw another 5 in there, I'll just change it to 20. So what the fuck is this, Jim? Did I get another super chat?
I don't know.
Last Son of K, 5 more gifted memberships. Chat, please. That's 15 memberships since Last Son of K has contributed. Please thank Last Son of K. I don't know how to see them. Apparently, you can see them on your YouTube when they get assigned. But honestly, give Last Son of K his props. And Last Son of K, you get another video. Okay, just so you know, I'm changing your total from 10 to 15 on the board. You deserve it, buddy. So this is creepy and hilarious. Yes, it's a late night Tuesday in America. So play William Dafoe. I like this guy a lot. Go ahead, Jim.
Who is playing Nosferatu, though? Who is playing Nosferatu?
I don't know. It's crazy, right? Like, do you really care about this movie? Are you going to watch this movie?
I'll see it when it comes out on
DVD or HBO Max or whatever. Yeah.
So I'm more looking forward to the new season of Ancient Apocalypse that's coming out on Netflix.
Are they going to release it? Like,
yeah, I think October 10th. I think it comes out.
So I watched a movie this weekend called The Visitor. It's actually kind of cool. It's about a guy. It's a Blumhouse picture. Like it's, you know.
Did you watch? Did you ever watch the? Did you ever watch that Fantasy Island, the Blumhouse Fantasy Island?
No. Have you seen it, dude? Is it good?
I thought it was good. I liked it.
I got to find
it.
I thought.
I thought it was fun. But yeah, check this out. Oh shit. looks like it says bangers from Black Twitter tonight. Enjoy. So right here.
Black Twitter.
Black Twitter, yeah. So it says this Vance just got Tim Walz to tell the world his balls don't work, man. Guantanamo Bay couldn't get that out of me. And
What?
this Tim Walz built like a lesbian. Tim Walz reminds me of my middle school English teacher that would have a mental breakdown whenever a kid would say and then killed himself when the police were called to his house.
What?
Tim Walz is that's why we stigmatize. Sometimes it's just guns. Bro, fuck this dude. So they're just going off. Let's see. What's these other ones here? This guy, like, he's tweeting because these tweets were coming out while he was on the stage. This guy's like, how does this guy have his phone? It's clearly not Tim Walz tweeting this out while he was debating on the stage.
What? So this whole Trump not paying taxes is a lie.
Yeah, it's a total lie.
Yeah, I do too. I love all my black people. They're awesome.
But Tim Walz said they don't got mass shootings in Finland. At first, I thought that N had a point, but low key, it just feels racist.
Was this shit going on with Obama?
No. He's the polling is right now. The polling is like Trump is going to win. Like, I mean, their polling is like black men, African American men, whatever, like 35% for Trump, which is
a lot.
A lot. It's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a lot. I thought that JD Vance came off very good tonight, Jim. I actually do.
He should have hit him hard.
But he should have stopped the conversation like real quick. Like that's not a fucking federal issue anymore. That's a state issue. Finland had a mass shooting where they shot all the invading Russians. Of course they did, man. I love these cops that are all tatted up too, Jim.
Yeah.
Fucking, they're all like OnlyFans fans. Or, not fans, but participators. Who's the black guy in cuffs? Or is he not in cuffs? Oh, he's in cuffs. I was handcuffed tonight in the Walker County School Board meeting for demanding justice for Lorena Benson, a 15-year-old girl who was forced to read and discuss inappropriate content at school, and for reprimanding the Wake County School Board for violating. Hey, dude, fuck off. White kids have been forced to do this shit for a long time. What's the percentage if one more black votes Trump? 90. If one more black person votes for Trump, it goes from 35% to 90. A man called Blush. I mean, that's how small the population is of African Americans in our country.
Finland has guns but doesn't have shootings. What else does Finland have, Tim?
Yeah. Who was that? Isabel?
Isabella Maria DeLuca.
I don't know who that is. Thank you for the $2, a man called Plush. First, it was thought that Tim Walz visited China 30 times, but now the actual number is more like 50 plus times. What the hell is the governor of Minnesota doing in China 50 plus times? So, and he also claimed he was there during the whole Tiananmen Square thing. Like, and he had to defend that shit tonight. I will give CBS credit, Jim, for actually calling him out on that, like making him answer the question. I just think I when I heard that earlier tonight, last Sunday, I'm thinking, wait a minute, is he a map? Do we need to hang Tim Walz on the wall? Why is he taking a bunch of little boys and girls to fucking China? Why? Oh, it's either he's a map or he's getting, money from China to be a CCP, agent, right, Jim? Like, didn't the fucking Congress just bring up a whole list of shit that Tim Walz did? Jim?
Yeah, I'm here.
But you didn't answer. Like, didn't they just pull up a bunch of shit that Tim Walz did? There's a whole congressional hearing about Tim Walz and CCP.
Yeah, a whole bunch of shit. I don't know why.
That was debunked. It was the anniversary. What was debunked? I don't know. I mean, Finland, just like most of Europe, isn't going to be around soon. Hey, guy from a country that doesn't or a continent that doesn't exist, don't you fucking rain on Finland's parade. Those guys are like a lot of Finlanders are super athletes, dude. They go out there and they fucking ski for days. It's crazy. Andrew Campbell. Hey, Andrew, only because we are Muslim now doesn't mean we no longer exist. Like, this is a
Trump
problem.
posted.
Not friends with school shooters. That was great. Like, could you imagine?
Yes, I guess CNN admitted that Walz lost the debate. Let's see.
What?
I think there was a clear lack of preparation and execution here on Walz's part.
I think actually it's the opposite. I think he had too much preparation.
Maybe,
He had so many lines that he was clearly trying to say that he didn't listen and said when J.D. Vance said one of the many things he really hit Kamala Harris on, not Tim Walz, but Kamala Harris, he didn't respond because he clearly had things in his mind. I think the lack of interviews that he has done with national media, with local media, it showed. He needed more reps.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, J.D. Vance is much more experienced at this, at public speaking, at defending him.
So J.D. Vance, who's only been in the Senate for 2 years or
not
even
like 2 years, like he just got elected.
He just got elected. And Tim Walz, who's been in government for over 20 years.
Yeah.
This doesn't have as much experience. Wow, that's retarded.
Shut the white chick up. I want to hear what the black chick had to say because she was actually more appealing. Fuck off.
Shit, I don't think he was prepared. Oh, no, I think he was over-prepared. And then at the same time said, oh, yeah, he just needs to get out more and more reps. Well, which is it? More reps or he wasn't prepared?
Union? What's this guy doing? Is this a fucking...
This is the longshoreman's guy.
Oh, here, let's see this fucking New Yorker piece of shit talk shit about his fucking right
about us until now when
Are you worried that this
had the capital to settle this thing?
Are you worried that this strike is going to hurt the everyday American, the farmers that need to reach the export market? They're telling me that they're going to hurt through all
Now you
of this.
start to realize who the longshoremen are, right?
No.
People never gave a about us until now when they finally realized that the chain is being broke now. Cars won't come in. Food won't come in. Clothing won't come in. You know how many people depend on our jobs? Half the world. And it's time for them and time for Washington to put so much pressure on them to take care of us because we took care of them and we're here 135 years and brought them where they are today and they don't want to share.
Are you worried that this strike...
Jim, this is the shit I hate about unions. Fuck you. You're fucking assholes. I will import a bunch of fucking beaners from Mexico to replace you. We'll get twice the productivity and the price of my jeans, my Levi jeans that used to be $12 that are now $65 or $70 will go back down to at least $30. you fucking union goddamn piece of garbage. Fuck this asshole. Like, you self-righteous piece of shit. You're not supported by anything except some backroom bunch of idiots that are telling you that you're worth something. You're not. You're just a guy that's fucking moving freight from one ship to the dock. Fuck yourself. Yeah, that union guy is going to screw all of us. He is, but that's because we have put ourselves in a position to let, like, any union have any power over America, Jim. This late into our country is fucking dumb, right? Like, I know you were a guy that was part of it for a while, right, Jim? But at the end of the day, it didn't serve you well after you got out of the union, right? Like, you're out. And
I mean,
that POS is the worst possible representative. He's like a union head scumbag from Central Casting. Yeah, like, whatever, man. I just don't get it. Like, why do you need a union to fight for your rights as an individual? I never understood it, Jim. And I wasn't raised in a union family, so my whole thing is you perform as an individual. The company or whoever sees that and they promote you or they give you a raise based on your value. I could never imagine working for a union and I'm the guy busting my hump on the fucking floor and the guy next to me is, doing whatever the guy next to you does. And he gets the same pay rate as I do. He gets the same raise as I do. Like, why? He's a mid-level employee. What is that good for the union, Jim? Like,
it's collective bargaining, and
does that make it right though?
well, it's just the way it's set up. I mean, I don't know. I mean, technically, the unions are kind of communists, but
no, they are communist. Like, they're not kind of. Like, you're like,
the first union was the Soviet Union.
Good point. You're right.
There was unions in the U.S. before. There's always been. They started out as guilds and stuff, back early, years and years ago and stuff. And the unions, if they teach people stuff, like if you get into union, they teach you the job and they give you the training and everything. Then they have a purpose. But I don't see the purpose of union and unskilled labor. Like there shouldn't be teachers unions.
I don't see the purpose of union when you can train the people to be union workers, Jim. But when they go to work for a private company, they can't fucking do any kind of corrective action or termination of that employee without going to the union. That's bullshit. Like,
no, I've fired people all the time.
But you are a union. Like, the company's not. They've hired union employees, and like I've seen it many times. Like, oh, I got promoted to management, so I'm not union anymore, so I can't even reprimand these people. I have to bring in their fucking union rep to do whatever. It's so gay. Like, fuck off, man. Like, what are we doing here? I still think Jim's last name is Hoffa. I do too, Andrew. Like, of course.
ABC has a take on the
Kind of reminded me of the June 27th debate when Kamala Harris that night said of Joe Biden, it was a slow start, but a strong finish. And that's how I felt that Tim Walz kind of did tonight. To use Tim Walz's own words, I mean, a lot about this debate tonight was weird. There were uncomfortable, cringy moments. But overall, I think my takeaway was something that Reince Priebus said on the outset, which was that J.D. Vance needed to come away as that humble, likable guy from Hillbilly Elegy. It seemed like he did perhaps get some points in that.
So she said it reminded her of the Trump Biden debate in July or whatever, June.
What color is she, Jim?
She's mixed.
How do you think she identifies?
I'm sure she identifies as black, but she's got a lot of white in her.
Thought Crime, Charlie Kirk, and Jack Pacific every Thursday. Really? Charlie Kirk does a stream with Jack Pacific?
Maybe.
Isn't like, do you like Pacific? I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know if I like anybody on the internet.
Nation in awe. Kamala Harris managed to find running mate dumber than she is.
Play this. Like, that's awesome.
It's not a
Babylon B.
Babylon B.
Oh. Dude, he's retarded. Like, he's actually retarded. She's black from a 90s sitcom. Like, that's Bill Cosby's wife from the Cosby Show.
This is retarded. This spokesman for the White House says, "We have made clear that there will be consequences, severe consequences for this Iranian missile attack on Israel, and we will work with Israel to make that case."
What?
No, you're not supposed to work with Israel. You're supposed to work with our Congress. It's what?
Who is this fucking weirdo? Like, I don't even know who these people are anymore. I've checked
Jake
out.
Sullivan. He was part of Obama's administration. This is Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania. Mark Bolton, Writhe in Pain. There's still time to sign up for Writhe in Pain at the graveside.
Did you support it?
It's a sign up.
What, did you sign up?
Yes.
Send me the link in the DMs and I'll sign up too.
Okay.
Put it in the DMs and put it in the fucking chat. Let's support this book. Look, man, like these people think that they're special. They're not. They're just fucking assholes who got elected. And now they found themselves into a world of a lot of cash, a lot of insider trading, and we pay the price for electing these assholes. Like, oh fuck, she's whiter than Sandra. Yes, of course she is. Man, like, there you go, guys. Please support it. Or sign up for it. Is he trying to just get the book off of the shelf?
Well, no, it's a sign up. It's the second issue of Writhe in Pain from Mark Bolton. He's the guy that does Godlike and Graveyard Shift with John Malin.
Right.
It's a sign up, so you'll get you sign up for it, and then when it launches, you'll get like free secret tier stuff. And
well, I just signed up. Then is he? Do you have his first book?
Writhe in Pain 1 somewhere.
Yeah. somewhere in that fucking room. Did you read it?
I think so.
Who was getting Claire pregnant in the beginning, by the way? It was a 70-year-old Bill Cosby at that point, Rocky. Like, Bill Cosby had lots of semen power in that show. Is this JD? Looks like he's on a plane.
In the summer of 2020.
Let's see what he said.
He's on a plane, right?
He's on MAGA Force One.
This is a guy who's proposed shipping more manufacturing jobs to China, who wants to make the American people more reliant on garbage energy instead of good American energy, and has proposed defunding the police just as Kamala Harris does. I think it's interesting, actually. They make an interesting tag team because, of course, Tim Walz allowed rioters to burn down Minneapolis in the summer of 2020, and then the few who got caught, Kamala Harris helped bail them out of jail. So it is more instructive for what it says about Kamala Harris, that she doesn't care about the border, she doesn't care about crime, she doesn't care about American energy, and most importantly, she doesn't care about the Americans who have been made to suffer under those policies.
Wow.
This is a guy who's proposed shipping more.
Oh boy, I'm just like, oh my god, he's so smart. Like, come on, guys. Kamala Harris couldn't stop the riots. That's up to the state. Joy Boy up there, Waltz. He could have stopped the riot.
Deep Space Tim Walz. They're going to try to swap him out with Pete Buttigieg.
Now I know why you have so many subs, Jim. You like and fucking repost a lot of stuff. Who's David Sachs?
I don't know.
Who the fuck is the chick on the left? Who is that?
This?
Yeah.
That's Sarah Palin.
Wow. She got old fast.
Yeah.
Looks like a Trump CTA train. Trump don't like trains, dude. Trump flies. He don't take no fucking train. Trump is Trump. He's flying fucking private, or he's flying first class. Today I used a piece of wood that I kept in my garage just in case I might need it. Who the what? Oh my God. Have you watched that show From yet, Jim, on MGM Plus?
No.
So, did you ever watch Lost?
No.
Oh, okay. Vance's face is going to be a meme. I agree. Like Vance, he won the debate. It was easy. I mean, fucking dipshit Waltz is a dipshit, but Vance, he just has a weird face. But Waltz, I think there's plenty of memes of him like turning to his right to watch JD answer questions, and then kept writing in his notebook. Biden convenes meeting with who? The
National Security Team.
Is this about fucking Iran? And
Yeah, it looks like it.
yeah.
Look at this. The first ever phone built in Africa.
What?
So it says, let's see what.
This is the first version of the phone. This is the first version. Now, this is the second version of the phone. Do you understand? We produced this one last 2 years. Then we started working on this. The lines of code here is no less than 1,000. But the lines of code here is more than 200,000 lines of code. And this is the first phone ever in Africa, built by an African man. All these big companies, you see them in China, in Europe, in America. We want to establish our own phone by ourselves here. What we need is a machine. Now, you see the packaging. We packaged it with just wood. The IC we use inside this thing is ESP32. Then with SIM module. Once you slot any SIM card, it will tell you any SIM card. This thing, you can use it to, whatever Nokia phone can do, this thing can do it. Whatever Nokia Touch can do, it will do. What we're asking our people is for our people to help us. We want to grow. We want Africa to grow. Don't look at it as a one-man something. If I learn this, Isaiah cannot grow in isolation. Somebody will come, I will teach him. A single tree can never form a forest. Do you understand? Somebody will come, I will employ people. They will learn all these things. Our own is to sit down. If we want to fly in the air, if we want Africans to fly in the air, it's just sit down and start reading. God has given us the talents. What we need our people to do is just to sponsor us. Just sponsor us. But then we will show us why God has blessed an evil man with intelligence. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wait, he just said God has blessed an evil man with intelligence? So he's saying he's an evil man?
It's either him or Steve Jobs.
Thank you.
What's your name?
My name is Uzoma Isaiah.
Uzoma Isaiah. That's my namesake. From
yes,
where?
I'm my node.
Anambra State.
Anambra State.
Okay, my brothers and sisters, you all have seen it. I was just passing on my own. No, I came to do one or two things here, and I saw this young man with this wood phone. I decided to come around just to interview him. We all have had him. What's your phone number?
My phone number is 080 34 80 2876.
Okay, you will still give me the phone number so I can write it there for most of us that might not be able to tap. Okay. So, my brothers, this young man.
Huh. That's very interesting. Oh, look, they made a helicopter.
Who, the Africans?
Yeah.
the African Air Force, ladies and gentlemen. Do you even fly, bro? Says Ben. At this point, I would say the same thing, Rocky. Please don't fucking get off the ground because this shit ain't landing. Looks viable. Like, what the fuck? What's this fucking dude, Jim?
There's Jimmy Carter right here. Look at him. He looks kind of dead. His grandson says, "Oh, he's very excited to vote for Kamala Harris."
Is Jimmy dead?
He looks dead, doesn't he?
But is he dead?
No, I mean, I don't know. They're keeping him alive. They need that extra vote.
They need that fucking houses for whatever vote.
Like, that looks like a dead body to me.
Oh, it's no. That's not a live human being. What the fuck, dude? Come on. Look at his nose. It's fucking wild.
It's 2 a.m. We've been on for 5 hours. I'm gonna call it a night.
You know what, Jim?
What?
I'm gonna agree. It's been a great stream. We watched something that I had no idea we were gonna watch tonight. Like some debate between two retards.
Yeah.